Whoa, hello. Everybody, what the fucking... Oh, everybody's popping off in chat. Oh, hello. Hi. Hi. Oh, god damn it. Jordan again. What? I have no idea what you are all talking about. I did. I was ferociously attacked, by the way. I have no ability to subscribe, and I must communicate. Hey, hey, it's a Bitsy Spider. Yeah, no. Background is atypically bright because it has been lovely. It'll change in about an hour. It has been lovely, sunny weather where I am, and it is currently. I have some nice big windows that are. I'm leaving them open because it is beautiful. It's sunny. My animals. I'm leaving it open mostly because my cat is currently lounging in the sun. And is flat on the ground and stretching out, and I don't want to take that from her, even if it might improve the quality of the video. Have I tried Expedition 33 yet? I have not. I have not had fucking time. I have... here's the games I've played in the last week. I got home really late one night and played about a half hour of DMC Devil May Cry. I make no excuses for myself, honestly. I still like that game quite a bit. And then I played a little bit of Oblivion the other morning when I could. I had a little bit of time, so I played Oblivion. So I've technically played 3 hours of the Oblivion remaster. I just got out of the first dungeon. And that is not a reflection upon my ability to play the game, rather than it is a reflection upon the fact that I spent well over an hour, probably around an hour and a half, simply crouch walking back and forth behind a goblin to get my stealth stat up to 50. Cause I'm not gonna fucking play an Oblivion remaster and not try and break it in some way. Now here's the thing. For people who've been playing Oblivion, do y'all have the jump mechanics? The jump is still broken, right? Like you can fucking get fucking 17 feet verticals, right? Character creation takes forever? Nah. See, here's the thing. I've unfortunately accepted my lot when it comes to character. Motherfucker. I had a band-aid on my finger and I just tore it off, and it tore off my entire fucking nail polish. God damn it. Cheater. That's not cheating. If it's in the game, it's not cheating. Come on, son. Big oof. I would really love a Fallout 3 remaster. That's another one I've played on and on a lot in the last couple years. Swain 402, thank you very much. Crispy Fried, thank you. Hello, lovelies. Tactical Catboy, thank you for subscribing. Sofnar, thank you. K Powers, wow, the Kenny Powers following me. I'm honored. Prometheus, yeah, thank y'all for subbing. You can still stand in a doorway and jump endlessly to power level your jump. Interesting. Garrick the Tailor just ripped and tore my way through Doom 2016 on hard. Very good. 8 out of 10. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, what a video game. What a video game. There are rumors that Fallout 3 is getting remastered. Let's go. Let's go, chat. Because here's the thing. I love those games, but like, I don't know. I'm really of two minds when it comes to Fallout New Vegas and Fallout 3, because they're visually like basically the same game, just with a different shade of piss filter. And I think Fallout 3, it does have a look to it that I really like, but it is one look for 100 hours. That game has no fucking visual variety. And so I would like to see, like, I don't know. I don't want to go quite as colorful necessarily as Fallout 4, but I think Fallout 4 and the other one are still gorgeous. Oh, whoa. Spooky Pepper, it's not a good RPG game, but it was my first Fallout game. I sincerely disagree. Super disagree. Fallout 3 is radiation glow for real, yeah. Like I don't think Fallout 3 is like one of the greatest. If you're including JRPGs, I don't think it's in like the top 25 RPGs of all time. But if you're talking like Western role-playing games, I think it's probably in the conversation in the late 20s if you're doing like a top 25 or so. New Vegas, I think New Vegas definitely, like, it's the factions in New Vegas that elevate it to the morally ambiguous level that I think people really love about Fallout New Vegas, that Fallout 4 just fucking did not live up to. Like hey, if you want to say, I think Fallout 4 is a great game, I think Fallout 4 is a great self-narrative game. If you can tell your own story through Fallout 4, that is the story of the game. I think the story it actually lays out for you, the main quest of Fallout 4, is one of the worst AAA RPGs I've ever played. Like, it's fucking, like, their attempts to provide nuance and, again, like, try and replicate that sense of moral ambiguity that was in New Vegas with like the synths and the underground and the Brotherhood of Steel is just so fucking, it's so bland, it's so unengaging. The stuff with finding your kid is just like, I completely forgot about it, honestly, most of the time. But here's the thing. So I've talked about like my like the story that I wove, where I became like a despotic robot war leader, and I lost. I legitimately, okay. And this became like, I internalized this in the role-playing style, as you do in like even tabletop role-playing and stuff, where I was like, okay, no, this is the story of my character. Like, this is the character that I am playing, and this is like, mostly because it was a better fucking story than the one they wrote. And so the story of my character with Fallout 4 was like, I fucked off, I completed the main quest, fucked off, didn't care about any of that shit, left my old life behind, became addicted to drugs, found Curie, fell in love with Curie, became my companion, got her a human body, and this is true, I lost Curie for like 40 hours in-game as I was making settlements and building shit up and building my empire and taking over Nuka World and all that shit. And so during this time, like, my character underwent like a lost love arc where I went and I ended up knocking boots with the fucking, was it There's a lounge singer somewhere in the main like city area. And I still never found Curie. I think I misplaced her at a settlement or something and never found her. And so I should go back to my Fallout 4 save file at some point on stream and look around at the settlements I built, because I spent dozens of fucking hours building settlements in that game. Couldn't tell you why. I really love the settlement building system, and yeah, I turned the Starlight Drive-In into a fortified castle settlement stocked entirely by robots. Like, I made a number of robots, including Mr. Jangles. Mr. Jangles was my best friend. After I lost Curie, my character got addicted to drugs again. She relapsed. And Mr. Jangles was the only one who was there for her. And Mr. Jangles was a Securitron robot what had a human skull strapped to the front of it. So, like, sorry. To me, that is the fucking story of Fallout 4, and it's why I have a really weird, hard time being like, yeah, Fallout 4 fucking sucks, and I'm like, your Fallout 4 fucking sucked. Your Fallout 4, where you gave a shit about the synths and the fucking Brotherhood of Steel and all that shit, your Fallout 4 sucked. My Fallout 4 was rad. My Fallout 4 ended with my character being a despotic ruler, fucking Ozymandias style. Like, I literally remembered. I made and again, I really want to show this off at some point. I made, at the Starlight Drive-In, I had this massive tower constructed on top of, or I guess beside that main, like, tower projector area, because it's a drive-in. I had a massive tower constructed, and at the very top I had a throne. I built a throne of fucking, like, I think it was like one of the what the fuck are super mutant, like, packs or whatever. It was just like bone and metal and shit. And I remember just sitting there and quitting the game, where I was like, you know what, this is actually a good fucking place to leave off. My character just sitting on a throne overlooking my settlement with like 10 fucked up little robots all running around like ants down at the bottom. And I remember saving and quitting. And I aside from the occasional going back to Fallout 4 to like see my settlements that I've made, I haven't played Fallout 4 again. That was how my character's story ended. And I sincerely wish that more RPGs had, I don't know what that secret sauce was, but I sincerely wish more RPGs had, maybe it was the settlement system. Like, maybe that was it. I don't know. Oh my goodness, Sophia, thank you so much. Gifting, I've been sitting here fucking rambling. Thank you so much for gifting subs to Crowgrammer, Sheeples, Kepi, Lo-Fi Deity, and Toadies. And thank you so much for cheering 1,000 biddies. Holy shit, thank you. And Irish DC, Magnolia, and the Third Rail. Yeah, you got it, Magnolia, the Third Rail. Thank you so much, Irish DC. You know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Thank you so much. Fallout 4 New Vegas style campaign and better weapons designs. Yeah, and I wish, like, I really wish that, I don't know. I've tried to eat. Look, I know people really like, now people really like 76, but I've tried going back to 76. I've tried, and it just, when the Fallout show came out last year, and I was like, damn, I kind of want to play some Fallout now. I ended up going back and just playing New Vegas, and I keep going back to New Vegas because it's on my Xbox, and I'm like, oh shit, I should go back and finish all the DLC because I got the DLC, and I'm fucking stuck now. I'm stuck in uh, Bad Blood, the Old Blood, the one in the casino. And I need to sit down and like fucking actually power through it, because it's a point where it's like I need to find all of the fucking things and shoot them before my collar goes off. Ugh. Dead Money, yeah, that one. Fucking Dead Money is such a fucking bummer, because I love the characters and like the story they're telling. It is some of the worst fucking gameplay in an RPG. Like, it fucking sucks. It is just ugh. Yeah, the Sierra Madre and all that shit. Ugh. Hammock, thank you for 100 biddies. You slayed with the Brianna Wu intro on Patreon. Thank you. I spent about 5 hours editing today. Just sat in a chair at 11. I didn't get up until, well, I guess that was more than 5 hours. Damn, I didn't get up until like 3 or 4. And yeah, so I have about, I think I have about 40 minutes of the Brianna Wu doc done. I have, trying to remember. So because I go through my script as I'm editing to make sure everything's lining up footage wise. And I think I'm it's not going to line up timeline wise, like if I say that, because the last end, so the first half of the Brianna video is a pain to edit together for one reason. The last half is going to be a pain to edit together for the other, because the first half I have to go and source everything I'm saying with like ancient fucking forum posts and archive.com and Wayback Machine shit, where I'm looking through all of these old forums that she was on, all of these old posts that she made pre-transition. I forgot, I don't know how I forgot, but like as I go through and edit, I have this constant roller coaster that's always the same when I go through and edit together these bigger projects. I always have these phases where I'm writing, I finish a script, I put everything in it I want, and I get to a point where it's like, okay, it's time to sit down, edit, and I spend hours reading it off. Like in this case, I was recording for like 3 hours, 3 or 4. And I spend so much time reading and doing the kind of performance for a camera and doing double takes and stuff I'm going to cut away and nobody's ever going to see, that I start to like doubt. I'm like, gosh, is this even going to be good? And I think part of that is just like me having to like do double takes, me tripping up on words, me having like bloopers that I'll cut out, and it like gives me that kind of doubt. Which isn't to say that like, oh, I'm amazing at this, but like when I actually sit down to write on some videos, like the Brianna one, or sit down to edit the footage together and start putting everything together, where I'm actually illustrating the points I'm making as I'm making them. Y'all, I'm cooking. I'm not gonna fucking lie. This one, oof. Like, I forgot that in the way the timeline lines up, the opening of the video, so you can go see it on Patreon right now, I drop all of the stuff about how Brianna is, like, how she's manipulative, how she's a liar, how she tries to force people to do a lot of things in DMs, how she just talk shit about other people constantly and in public will be nice to them. Like, I show, again, in the intro, people who've seen this on Patreon have seen, you know, how I'll talk about like the way that she insults Destiny in private. The way that she fucking theorized, again, this is all on the fucking go pay for my Patreon and check out the first 7 minutes of the video. The way she theorized about Shuon Head being sexually assaulted, like in people's DMs and shit, and just starting shit and spreading rumors and doing all that stuff because she's a duplicitous, two-faced snake. And so that's like the first 7 minutes. And then after that, because when I write all these things, I am constantly finding new facts, and I'm constantly like, okay, this has to go here, this has to go here. So I don't get a real view of how it's all going to flow together in practice until I'm editing. And, oh yeah, no, Dave L., don't get me wrong. Insulting Destiny, I'm totally fine with that. The funny part is that she has been publicly allied with Destiny for many, many years. And so it's just one of those things that kind of shows who she actually is. But then right after that, within 10 minutes in video time, within 10 minutes of that, she fucking, I go into her history and like the racist outburst she had at her college where she called a, I believe, Arab professor, but like beside the point, she called a professor a raghead and sand N-word. And then from there, within like 10 minutes of me talking about that in the video, we talk about how she fucking made up an entire person who was her girlfriend for the $200,000 animation studio her parents paid for that never put out anything. Like I've had people like message me and stuff and be like, oh yeah, gosh, Brianna Wu, her you know, Zionist arc has been so crazy. I can't wait to see what you've come up with. And I'm like, dog, the Zionist shit is like heinous. Don't get me wrong. So far down the list of the insane shit she's done, said, had happen around her, like, Rory Triscutt made up a person. Fucking buckle up. She has pretty much verifiably made up at least two people. Two people across her professional career. At least. Yeah, anyway. As I'm fucking oh yeah. Hammock, thank you, no worries, Jordan. Tried to funnel traffic at you, seeing that some people don't really like your background music. Background music? Yeah, sometimes people do, I guess, fucking complain about it. But like, yeah, sometimes I think though people fucking complain about it, but don't get that I know what the vibes are. Like I'm aware what the music sounds like, and it's usually to evoke a tone. Like there's sometimes where people I don't think get because I have the Kirby 64 music that I like to play over like more serious subject matter sometimes, and I do that usually when somebody is crashing out, usually when somebody is like going on a rant or saying some insane shit. And I do that just to lighten the mood a little bit, but also to undercut how ridiculous the thing they're saying is, right? It's like I know what I do with music. I'm the one who's editing it. I'm the one who does it. Yeah. Oh god, do we need to talk about the fucking I guess we can talk about the fucking Asmongold thing. Sorry, give me 1 second. Ugh. I am gonna have to have them stop leaving hickeys there. TBH. Juno, dear. I know you're not made up. Unless you're from my dreams. Bump. Yeah, the 5 to 10% tweet. Yo, there's new Ghost out. Let's go, chat. Did the hate crime against the Arab professor happen at USM? Ole Miss. Because it was at the Daily Missourian? I think? Because Brianna was in college for like 10 years and does not have a degree. This is important to know. Again, I've been working on this like all day and for weeks, so it's all just rattling around up there. Brianna went to university for 10 years, over 10 years, I think. Did not earn a degree. And like ping-ponged back and forth between at least 2 different colleges, those being Millsaps and Ole Miss. And at Millsaps, at some point she did work as a journalist, as a student writer. And then Ole Miss, I believe, was the one that the magazine had a restraining order against her. Pretty sure. Yeah, well, okay, so Adolin, at least after failing out twice, I managed to get a degree the third time. I only have, I say it in the video, I only have an AA, and I don't begrudge fucking anybody for fucking around in college, for, like, going through it, for, like, really taking time and kind of futzing around in their newfound adult life and responsibilities, because it's a fucking rough, turbulent time. I get it. It's fine. Like, that doesn't bother me. It doesn't. I do not care. If somebody takes 10 years and doesn't get a degree, school wasn't right for them. Who gives a shit? The thing that bugs me is that she says she has degrees. She constantly depicts herself as if she has a degree in, quote unquote, journalism and political science, which, again, as I note in the video, she has a shocking lack of knowledge of either of them, constantly. Magazines can have restraining orders. Yeah. I mean, it's a place you work. Like the place of business, or the wherever it was. Yenzo, Brianna Wu. Aegis Division, thank you for $20. Start your weekend off on an amazing note. You earned it. Thank you so much. Wade Segoy, thank you for 13 months. I read she went to University of Southern Mississippi, so I thought that's where it happened. That could be one of them. I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. No, well, yeah, I'll just talk about the Asmon shit real quick. While we're on the fucking subject. Because I cannot show my Twitter feed. Not making that mistake again. Ugh. Don't show porn on stream. I mean, it's not porn. per se. I mean, I can show Autumn on stream. That's what I was reacting to, by the way. Friend of the show, friend of the channel, Autumn Ivy. Everybody go follow Autumn on socials, by the way. Yeah. Oh. What was I saying? Asmongold. God, do you know how fucking awful it is to go from thinking about Autumn Ivy to Asmon? So this is the tweet. If you've seen Autumn and their husband are good people, yeah. They're super cool. They're super chill. I'm so fucking pissed. So we had Bugs Matrix and I on our podcast, Podatog, the Magic the Gathering podcast. We had an episode we recorded with Autumn Ivy, and the fucking thing lost it. The fucking recording got lost, and I'm so pissed. I'm so pissed at it because it was such a good episode, and Autumn is so cool and fun. Yeah. Oh, so you're like evil. That's very good. Pierre B follows me, by the way. BT dubs. Y'all need to get on my level. You know what I'm saying? Y'all need to be on my jumping in them Pierre B DMs level. This fuckhead is y'all's goat. Damn. Okay, so fucking shocker. It's a day that ends in Y. Asmon says some shit that is so stupid. Yeah, lady is having her best life because I haven't streamed all week, so I've been saving her like weekly dog treats, which are just bones, by the way. I just give her like freeze-dried marrow bones, and so she just she loves them. But by the way, if you have a dog that's a chewer, and which is how I discovered this, if you have a dog that's a chewer and no toys will work, they will tear through everything, which is like, here's the thing. Lady is not a destructive chewer unless you give her a toy. Like, she has never chewed through blankets, shoes, couches. Like, she's never been like that. But toys destroys them, demolishes them. No fucking hope. Which is how we found, because she loves chewing. And yeah, I found out marrow bones. So if you have a dog like that, marrow bones, super good for their teeth, super good for their health, I guess. What? Fucked up kidnapping attempts? QAnon? Excuse me? I'm sorry? You can't just say that and I'm not going to look at it. Because I guess we got a stacked news day. I was going to stream on Wednesday, by the way, and I didn't. Or wait, no. Yeah, Wednesday. And I didn't because I've been going through, and this is also a... it's 42 minutes. Yen's up... I don't like the way that... I don't like the way that that made me feel. All right, well, we might check that out. That's 40. That's a big investment. Oh, we go. My dog is a destroying machine. She's a straight up obliterator. Yeah. Well, okay. Here's the thing. My dog is not a big dog. Like if you were to see my dog, you'd be like, oh, that's a medium dog. But she is a pit lab mix. So she is like, she has big dog energy. She has big dog jaws. Big dog, yeah. Juno dear, she's just like me for real. Classic Jordan rounding up the pretty British girls in their DMs. What I mean, what can I say? I rounded you up, kind of. It's funny. It's funny you mentioned that. I was actually just looking at our DMs earlier for no real reason. So Reddit Lies said something to the effect of, sixth grade teacher in SBG district. We are not allowed to take off any points for late work, and because creativity, visual appeal, and projects isn't a standard, I'm not allowed to grade it, meaning one kid has a poster with nothing but some words written in pencil, gets the exact same grades as the kids who went above and beyond. They've started to notice that the kids, this, by the way, this entirely seems fucking made up already. Started to notice that the kid who turns things in late faces no consequences, and the kids who do the bare minimum get the same grade as them. How is it fair he turned in his project late with nothing but pencil on his poster, blah, blah, blah. Tell them that life isn't fair. Yeah. So now I have kids catching on to this, refusing to do work because they know they can do it whenever they want with no consequences. I think that is like just straight up a fucking lie. Like, this seems like something that has been, like, they're taking something that is probably slightly based in truth, like, oh, you know, there are teachers that allow you to turn things in late, or which, like, everybody's had teachers that, like, hey, you can turn things in late for reduced credit, you can do these makeup assignments, like, but the idea that you're just allowed to basically do nothing and other people get, like, that gives you an A, get the fuck out of here. This is, like, come on. So Zachary, Asmongold, Asmongoloid. Society would instantly and dramatically improve if we took the bottom 5 to 10% most R-slurred kids out of school and put them in the coal mines instead. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. So much to unpack here. Just a lot to really unpack. I like, you can kind of work back on this and see the almost all Western cultural problems. Like, you can definitely tell he's been spending too much time on, like, Rumble or Kick or some shit. Like, he's been going down some kind of pipeline or rabbit hole, which is not surprising. Because, like, of all the things, we haven't spent a lot of time on Asmongold, but of all the things we've looked at of his, do terms like Western cultural values strike you as things that he's generally concerned with? Do ideas about adherence to the false god of equality, do they strike you as his regular interests or the way he talks? Or do they seem more like just fucking random buzzwords spun out there by Jordan Peterson or one of his many, many, many imitators? Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. Decide for yourself. Decide amongst yourselves. Irish DC, thank you for 300 bits. I remember someone say that the rule of thumb with Reddit is I don't assume the stories are real, but assume everyone replying to the stories or responding thinking is real. That is fucking true. Needs more, yeah, bro's been binging Sargon for fucking sure. We need more tears with that impression. Almost all Western cultural problems are derived from adherence to the false god of equality. I feel like that was better. Hassan reposted this, and XQC was sort of defending Asmon in the replies. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised. They make up They basically share the same brain cell at this fucking point. It's like just the idea. It's such a dumb. It does sound like Sargon shit because it is just like such a thin understanding of the world. It's like, okay, you're gonna take whoever you deem to be the 5 to 10%, which I'm sure Sargon absolutely that the lines of who the 5 to 10% are definitely don't cross any kind of racial barriers with that dipshit. I'm absolutely sure. No possible way. Man, Garrick the Taylor, you said do Sargon impression next, and I was about to start do Sargon impression next, but I feel like that's too like posh British. I need to do like Sargon's just such a scumfuck. Like he doesn't even have like a cool British accent. Like he's just like I don't even know. Yeah. Oh, I remember UKIP. It's so funny how people seem to forget. Like I've started seeing Sargon around again. Like fucking what? What? Comrade Girl 2018. It gives pseudo intellectual vibes. It absolutely does. Like it's like it's yeah, no, exactly. Oh, three R's rolling. A, he decided to respond to that post with this. B, I first heard this argument in the 7th grade. And C, look at how smart you are solving all of Western culture's problems by addressing none. Yeah. 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 Like all of Western cultural problems are derived from the false god of equality. It's just like, it is something that sounds smart to dumb people, which is why Asmongold is parroting it. It's just... Look, Sargon, people like Sargon, people like Jordan Peterson. I'm not going to say they're smart, but they at least, I believe they could read a book. You understand? I believe that Sargon could sit down, crack open a book, and comprehend some, if not most, of what's happening in it. Same with Jordan Peterson. Asmongold. Nah, not so much. I do not see that in his future. He's nah. Asmon really gives a really eat a whole stick of butter energy. Speaking of eating a whole stick of butter, Melanie Mac got banned again. Hopefully for the last fucking time. I wouldn't trust Asmongold to read a license plate, yeah. Like, it just... When I hear people say this sometimes, because you'll see people like Aiden Ross, XQC is another great example. But you hear people like Aiden Ross, Sneeko, XQC, Asmon, they'll start talking about, like... just, vaguely Nazi-ish, vaguely alt-right, vaguely eugenicist talking points about how, the 5 to 10% stupidest people need to be, sectioned off and do this. And it's like, Big Dog, do you think that doesn't include you? Do you think that you are somehow exempt from being put into that bracket? Like Asmongold. If we lived in this horrifying tyrannical society with which he envisions things, which, thanks to RFK Jr.'s upcoming autism registry, oh boy. But if let's just say, hypothetically, for the sake of argument, if we did live in this world where 5 to 10% the dumbest kids would be sent to the mines, Asmon, buddy, brother, that's you. Do you think fucking the people running the registries are gonna look at your house and be like, yeah, no, this is a smart one. a capable. This is somebody like. If you were a child living in your conditions, CPS would remove you forcibly. Like, you are barely fit to take care of yourself. And you are telling other people where they should go? I don't know, big dog. I don't know. Bro has species of cockroach indigenous to his room. Oh, that's a good one. Dunning-Kruger eugenics. If you're doing a hypothetical, you have to do a Ben impression. Unfortunately, I was thinking about this earlier. Unfortunately, like, facts don't care about your feelings. Really good fucking saying. Really good fucking saying. With the roaches in Asmon's house. Media Breakdown, thank you for $4.99. I love how these people saying, let's keep politics out of video games have become hyper-fascist, more like Asmongoul. Yeah, I mean, like, again, it's not... Oh, it wasn't a dead bird, actually. It was a dead rat. And yes, apparently it was true. By his attesting, he's gone back and forth on the rat, I believe. I think he's tried to come out because... In my opinion, it's because so many people heard the rat thing, and he was like, oh, no, actually, this isn't funny. People are making a lot of fun at me and, like, discounting. And I think he's tried to come out and be like, no, that was just a joke. But the things that are verifiably true are the fact that he would rub blood from his gums on his walls. That is true. And that he has had cockroaches crawl on him while streaming. That is also true. These are things... that we've yeah. Mr. Lone Wolf, RFK Jr. sounds like he has asthma and lung cancer at the same time. Someone make that make sense. So he actually has a condition, which is why I think I'm going to revoke my stance on not doing RFK Jr. Impressions, because fuck that guy. Like, straight up fuck this dude. Fuck this anti-vax eugenicist piece of shit. Like, that, by the way, abused his ex-wife into suicide, essentially. Like, people don't talk enough about that. Yeah, lament. He literally said the smell from the dead rat would wake him up because the sun would make it smell worse. Which, like... that is how that works, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, okay. Tristan MB, RFK Jr. is obviously disabled. I don't know if... he has a condition for sure. I don't know if I would call him disabled. Insofar as, like... just the fact that when... well, that's a weird one. I don't feel entirely qualified to address, honestly. Dave L. Paralyzed vocal cord from health problems subsequent to a long addiction to IV drug use. Yeah. Genza, so he's like the quartering your piss in his closet. Piss in his basement, I believe, is Jeremy's. Watch an episode of A Haunting, and one of the most fake stories about some kid who would piss everywhere. The mom alleged he was possessed by a demon. That's kind of funny. Acquired disability. Alrighty, yeah, just... Asmon, oh, what a... I want to see... Actually, let me check and see if he's been already... his disability is called he's a no neuron having ass bitch. I kind of love that. Fundy Fridays has a new one coming. Let's fucking go. I don't know how that got onto my feed. That's crazy. That's crazy, chat. What was I looking up? Asmongold. I'm predicting that he has already put out a video with him. All right, and if it's not now, it's gonna be in the next couple days. It's gonna be him looking at the camera like, and being like, canceled again. Burp, 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 burp. And it's gonna have several 100,000 views. Let's fucking see. Oh, his last thing was 5 days ago. Damn. More like Slacksman Gold. Holy shit. Okay. Yeah. Then I will come. All right. Somebody remind me in a couple days. I'm gonna try streaming on. What am I streaming? I'm gonna try streaming on Sunday again. Yeah. What makes him appealing to anyone? Fucking, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't. Like, I genuinely, I told everyone, like, last year when I was like, you know what, I'm gonna do a deep dive into Asmongold too, and I'm like, there's nothing there. There's nothing. Like, if you want to talk about slop and slop factories, there's nothing there. Like, it's crazy. Crazy. Like, okay, Draxus Stormscale, I assume that half his viewers are just people looking for a train wreck. I mean, like, he is kind of a lolcow in his own way, I suppose, but it's like... Oh, are y'all not following Wilsonium? Y'all need to follow Wilsonium over on Twitter. Wilsonium's got some... He's got some good stuff. Got some good stuff. Can we watch Thigh High's release? Do you... I mean... Do we there's almost 500 people in the chat on Twitter, or on YouTube. Do we want to talk about femboy thighs or important shit like the Trump Store website has started selling Trump 2028 hats? Choose your path. Asman is like Rogan. You know... So I've been listening to a podcast. There are currently 3 podcasts, and I've low-key, I'm not going to do it because I'm already on 2 podcasts. I've low-key considered doing one or starting up another one. But there's currently 3 podcasts examining and breaking down like conservative right-wing media figures. There's the, of course, the classic, the OG, the one that started it all, the wonderful, illustrious Knowledge Fight, which tracks Alex Jones. There is also On Brand, which is kind of like that, but for Russell Brand, and the No Rogan Experience. And the No Rogan Experience does really lay out how stupid Joe is, in ways that people already know, but also how, like, just vapid and empty he is. And I find that kind of stuff really fascinating because it's not just about, like, them as creators. Like, you see how they will shill things, how they will pivot, how they will, you know, address or deny things or try and shift the framing to fit their own devices on like when there's a big political issue or upheaval or something. But more than that, I really value those things because all 3 of those podcasts are really great examples of how to break down, debunk, and learn more about like gish galloping and all the kind of like argumentative structures and strategies that they use and how to recognize them. But yeah, I think Asman is different than Rogan because Asman is far more vapid, where I think Joe Rogan, at least at one point, I can't say the degree to which he still maintains this, but do I know one Jess Rappaport? Why does Jess sound familiar? I think I know Jess. I think so. But I think like, so I was talking to a friend about this actually, where I think Joe and Asman are cut from the same cloth in that, like, they just have like baby's first object permanence. Like if a argument is presented to them compellingly enough, which doesn't have to be that compelling, they will latch onto it and be like, yeah, no, I see your point. And then that will be the thing they say for the next 20 minutes until somebody else comes along. And you saw that with Asman talking to Hassan, right? I talked about this on the stream with Riverboat Jack, where we were talking about that. Yeah. Anyway. Jason Kelly, are there no Republicans with testicles left to tell Trump no with regard to running in 2028? You know, it's interesting you say that because I think there are a lot of people trying to read the tea leaves of where Trump's now openly fascistic regime is going. We demand femboys. You demand nothing of me. Tea with Goblins, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub. Good to see you. Yeah. God, if Obama runs for a third term, what the fuck are we doing? What the fuck are we doing, man? Have I heard about the Kirsch x Niara drama? I heard through the grapevine that Kirsch talk shit about me on a stream recently. I haven't seen it because fucking Kirsch is beneath me. Yeah, sorry. Look, okay. Here's the only thing I'll say on Kirsch. I don't... Who? Yeah, exactly. I don't like to body shame. I don't think it's okay. I don't think it's appropriate. And most of the time, I don't think it's actually germane to the conversation at hand. That being said, when you have somebody like Kirsch, whose only public representation is an idealized, busty, skinny anime girl, VTuber model, who revels in insulting the appearance of others, who loves to have depictions of herself, her VTuber model, as, you know, basically goon fodder for her weird fucking simps. I can't help but notice that a lot of people who watch her streams and pay more attention to her note that she has a certain heaviness around her voice. There was one comment that I saw that said she has I think the pitch of a glutton was the way they phrased it. And I think that says a lot about somebody who won't show her actual face on camera. You know? Like who just cannot be. bothered. So like, yeah, that's all I'll really say on Kirsch is that like, it's fucking, I think, very. It's just she is one of those people that I look back at and laugh, and I'm like, it's okay. You know when you see the accounts on Twitter that they'll comment under like a picture of a beautiful lady or a muscle mommy or whatever, and they'll be like, "Oh, this is not attractive. This is gross and blah, blah, blah." And then you go to their profile and there's like lolicon and anime profile pic and no pictures of them. It's a lot like that, where it's like, you don't really factor into my calculations on who to take seriously for this matter. Like, you can't even be bothered to show your own fucking face. And I think that speaks volumes. Oh, Nux is fucking... God. Every day, I wake up thankful that I was not made a weird, screeching, screaming VTube rig streamer. I wake up so thankful that I don't have to talk about fucking bullshit with a fucking VTuber model. Do that cringy. Oh, I'd repaint my fucking ceiling. I'm not even gonna lie. Fucking take all day to do it too. Paint all over everything. Oh, it's fucking wild. Does Nux do lolly porn? I thought Nux, I know nothing about this. Somebody asked me about VTube shit. I'm like, not me. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Somebody said something about a goddamn shark to me the other day when I was the fucking, that pedo goon bait, that stupid little purple fuck, that little munchkin guild ass motherfucker that's been on Twitter going around. This lollipop guild little gooner bait pedo bullshit that people have been going around to dunk on because it's some fucking like VTube rig of a actual child that is, reading a super chat and it's just talking about cunny, and I'm just like, stop putting this on my fucking feed. I hate this shit. I hate it so much. You are giving it more eyes for more of these fucking perverts to find this shit. Most of the time, I'm cool with people sharing and dunking on these assholes. On like, if it's a conservative commentator, like if you want to get a good one in on Matt Walsh and piss him off, fine. God bless you. Vaya con Dios. But this shit is so vile, and so I fucking didn't retweet it. I just said I fucking want to punt this little dork into the sun. Can we just not? Can we not have them on the fucking stream? On the timeline stream, sorry. And somebody responded asking about like, oh well, if this is about the shark, then this, that, and the other. And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if she identifies as a shark. I don't know if it's supposed to be a shark. I don't think it's supposed to be a shark. I don't know anything about this shit. I know I don't like it. That's what I know. When I see fucking... And it's not VTubers I have a problem with. Like Surus, totally fine. Totally normal about it. Don't really care. Like, you can be a VTuber and be fucking normal about it. The problem is, a lot of them aren't. I'm into lolly stuff, by the way. Cyber cults, get out. There's the fucking door. I am not fucking around. Be gone. Vamoose. Vanish. Out. Matthew, thank you for 20. You mentioned something about femboy thigh highs. If you're good, we'll get to it. If you're good. I have been nothing but consistent about my stance on any lolly shit, and that is a zero fucking tolerance policy. I don't fuck with it. I don't fuck with people who fuck with it. At all. I don't care if you say, oh, it's just a drawing. I don't care if you say, oh, it's not a real person. It doesn't hurt anybody. No. Superman, thank you for... Oh, wow, Superman, I'm such a fan. Thank you for $10. Since you did a good job with Gamergate 2, you should know the guy made the Raid movies, just released his latest movie, Havoc, on Netflix. Gareth Evans, right? I always get him mixed up with Garrett Edwards, who I believe did Godzilla. Or do I have... Did I fuck that up? Did I fuck that up? I think I might have fucked that up. Ophelia, it hurt me. My groomer used lolly shit to groom me. Many such fucking cases. Like I want to speak to you seriously for a moment here. First off, there is a difference between if you are saying I like lolly stuff and your interpretation of that is like magical girl anime or something. That's not what I'm talking about, obviously. I might think that's probably, that's not for me. Whatever. As long as it is non-sexual, as long as it is not overly, ridiculously, insanely fan-servicey. Like, if you like the fucking Atelier games, I'm assuming they're not fan-servicey. I'm not familiar with them. I don't think they have, like, a big... At least, I've never heard of them being super fan-servicey. But if you like the Atelier games, for example, Madoka Magica, that's one I think... Again, I don't really fuck with it. Not really for me. But I think that's safe, right? Right? Like, that's fine, I guess. Like, whatever. If it is something that a kid could actually enjoy as well, and you just enjoy animation, you just enjoy the humor, the writing, whatever, do not care. Don't care. To me, I'll put that shit in the same mental box as like My Little Pony. Like, not for me. Don't care if somebody enjoys it. The second that takes a step outside of that child-appropriate box, that broad appeal box, into something sexual, no. Straight to jail. No more. And here's the thing, because I've had a lot of people, and I think some of the people that I've told off in the past about this are more into those, like, more magical girl stuff or more tame things. And, like, that's not what I'm fucking talking about. I know lolicon as, like, a thing is much more broad as a genre. But when we are talking about lolly as a colloquialism, people generally have an idea in their head of what I'm actually talking about. That's what I'm addressing. The pedobait shit. Don't fuck with it. And people can say all they want about, like, oh, it's not real, it's not this, it's not that. You are justifying and defending pedophilia. The sexualization of a child character is still the sexualization of a child. I don't give a fuck what argument you want to make about. This was the same shit we fucking saw about the game on Steam that got banned. The one that was like a sexual assault simulator, where people were like, oh, well, this is censorship, and this is a slippery slope into them taking away the things that you can't stop them once they start. It's like, I don't give a fuck. If censorship means people have less access to sexualized images of children, let's go. I'm all for that kind of censorship. Irish DC, thank you for gifting us up to 100% oxygen. I don't fuck with this. I don't fuck with this. I don't fuck around about it. God. I don't understand why people think it's okay. especially, and I do not understand why anybody, because this is not, by the way, old heads in the chat, people who've been around a while know this is not the first time somebody's tried to like, not necessarily like turn my opinion on it, but just be like, hey, yo, I'm cool with this. It's not the first fucking time. I do not know what it is about my channel, and I thankfully, there's not a lot of them. But I don't know what it is about my channel and the stances I've taken and the things I've said and the things I've covered and the things I've done that would make anybody fucking think I'm okay with it. I just don't. Like, straight up. Yeah, exactly. Walking the uncarpeted. I think anything sexualizing kids, even if drawn, is just a gross way to potentially normalize it for certain people. We see this with folks claiming it's just a drawing. Exactly. All right. Yeah, Brutus Magnuson. Stuff like No Mercy isn't being banned. Yeah, it's the same censorship argument that we've heard because these people have never actually faced any kind of oppression, so they don't know what censorship actually is or looks like what we're seeing from the government right now. We'll get to that in a second. Like, you can go, last I heard, you could still go to, I think, Itch, unless Itch.io took it down, and play that fucking game. But, like Bruce Magnuson, if you play it or defend it, I immediately do not trust you or want you around my family. Yeah. Chuck Grape, thank you for $5. Have you watched the Hit Me Baby One More Time video as an adult? It does not get better with age if you're a normal person. I have not. Quantum Mechanic, does Trump really think he's going to get elected for a third term? Yeah. Veggie Pizza, lolly / Shota shit was so normalized when I was 13, 14. It does hurt people. Dog, that's crazy. Like, here's the other thing, is that I've seen people call Lolicon, like, or things like, you know, magical girl anime, non-sexualized, kid-friendly stuff, Lolicon. I've literally never seen anybody refer to Shota outside of, like, porn. Outside of incredibly porn-brained freaks. Like, the idea that if you were 13 or 14 and knew what that was, that's fucking insane. Yeah, and by the way, don't be looking these terms up. Just trust me. Just trust me. Like, you will get put on a fucking watch list. Yeah, Von Tux. Yeah, I heard about Doe, and that fucking sucks. That fucking sucks. What did David Pakman do? I don't know. What did David Pakman do? What happened? Why are people saying Pakman? What happened to... What do we... outright... Yeah, what... People keep saying David Pakman in the chat. What's going on? Yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta give lady some food. David Pakman was advised not to leave for travel? Huh. I know. I do want to... Not Doe. Fawn was the Shotokan. Oh, I thought it was Doe. I never knew Fawn. I hope you can see how I would get confused with that. Yeah, I have no idea. Okay, yeah, that is at Moth. Doe is into Little Show to wait. Okay. I thought it was one person. If it was another, I'm sorry. I don't mean to disparage the name of that other person, but yeah. Wish I would review Skibbity Toilet. There's a video of me watching Skibbity Toilet. I watched it with my friend Ryan, who was on the chat, or on the charity stream. So yeah, if you look up Ryan's channel, look up Dead Domain Skibbity. I'm pretty sure you can find it on YouTube. Pac-Man's from Argentina? Damn. That's crazy. Yeah. Dead Domain Skibbity. I'll show you Skibbity Juno. So, yeah. I wanted to oh, thank you, Mr. Anti-Fascism, for becoming a member. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Oh, well. Bye, Geoduck Geoscience. I can't steal Cyrus's thing. I need to come up with my new thing. Oh, well. Once I get, I've had somebody very generously offer to help me buy a new PC. Or I should say a proper PC, because I'm still working off of like a 5-year-old laptop at this point. And let me fucking tell you, this Brianna Wu piece is putting it through its paces. Yeah, I don't really care to legislate all this shit anyway. Oh well. But the point was that at some point I am going to be reworking the stream, hopefully in the next 6 months. Just reworking like graphics and stuff. I want to add in like for the waiting screen and like break screens. I want to add in like a fan art reel. Because I have like probably 20 pieces of fan art people have sent me, and I want to show them off. People are really talented and super cool. Anyway. So I wanted to start off talking about all that Trump 2028 stuff is really just right now the fact that they are selling Trump 2028 merch, which is not surprising. He has already been pushing this. He has already been acting essentially like it's a assured thing. Like he is going to try and run. If he is, like, there's not a question in my mind. And Mason Galluth, you can send fan art to. So if you go to the YouTube channel, go to the About page, there is a business email you can send stuff to, or you just DM it to me on like Twitter or Instagram or anything. What was I saying? Yeah, Werix, Wisconsin lawyer here. The judge arrest stuff is turbo fuck. That's not how courts and control over the courtroom works. Yeah, it's So the reason that this ties into the Trump 2028 stuff is you have a lot of people going, well, legally, which is like the liberal thing to do, is like, well, actually the Constitution actually prevents you from running again. It's like, is that argument really holding water right now? Is that is the Constitution really doing a lot? Because it kind of seems like if you have people that don't dissent to whatever you want to do, because they want to do it too, and as we're going to see here, you start forcibly removing the people who are working against you in the system, there is no oversight. There are no checks and balances. We're seeing this right now with Pete Hegseth, the other thing that we'll talk about. Federal authorities have arrested a Wisconsin-based judge amid an investigation into whether she tried to help a migrant lacking permanent legal status avoid arrest after he appeared in her courtroom. Milwaukee County Circuit Judge Hannah Dugan was arrested Friday on charges connected to obstructing a proceeding and concealing an individual to prevent their arrest. We are, like people have been joking, dark humor, about, hiding people as they did in Nazi Germany. That's literally what what the fuck do you even say to that? I can confirm that our FBI agents just arrested Hannah Dugan, a county judge in Milwaukee, for allegedly helping an illegal alien avoid arrest. Attorney General Pam Bondi wrote, no one is above the law. Now, that is again, we're going to talk about the Pete Hegseth stuff and the massive security breach. We've already touched on it a little bit. But it is fucking hysterical to have the Trump administration, again, darkly funny, try and say nobody is above the law. And it's because of this, but not all of the insanely illegal shit, all of the overstepping bounds, all of the injunctions, all of the court orders that are being blatantly ignored, all of the legalities that are being circumvented or outright removed. I talked about this in the stream highlights where Stephen Miller bragged on Fox News about there was a judge and we removed them, so they are no longer a judge because they were a far left radical that was impeding the Trump agenda. And it's like, okay, well, if you can just remove people and now arrest people for acts of very basic, peaceable resistance within, by the way, their legal rights. I don't know what the recourse is. The government, and everybody has always known that Trump wanted to be a petty tyrant, but the government has become openly tyrannical that you cannot help but think of the old adage that conservatives, oh man, I heard this all the fucking time in the Obama era, that the tree of liberty must be renewed with the blood of tyrants. Not a whole lot of liberty going around these days. The tree's fruit's kind of fucked. Wisconsin Senator Tammy Baldwin condemned the arrest, calling it part of a broader attack on judicial power, which, by the way, has been the project they've been setting up for months now. You've seen it even in chucklefuck talking heads like Matt Walsh talking about how, yeah, actually these judges don't control the executive branch. The president, like, it's all this shit that is just meant to cement in the minds of the conservative populace that Trump has absolute power, and that is the way it's supposed to be, even though, like, there's the massive cognitive dissonance that anybody who went to fucking school in America and grew up here learned about the three branches of government, and the executive and the legislative and there's the, you know, it's a system of checks and balances. The judicial is the last one, but it's just, it's so frustrating to talk about in totality. Yeah. Okay. Give me 1 second. Bruce Maxson, thank you for $10. We need to divert our effort from studying how fascism rises and more towards how it falls. A lot of us knew it was growing, and we all failed to stop it so far. I mean, I talked about it on the stream where we talked about the El Salvador prison. Like, what is... And remember when I said we probably aren't going to make it through the year without seeing an American-born citizen, political dissident, sent to the El Salvador prison? FBI Director Kash Patel referenced the arrest in a now-deleted social media post. Quote, just now, the FBI arrested Judge Hannah Dugan out of Milwaukee on charges of obstruction after evidence of Judge Dugan obstructing an immigration arrest operation last week. We believe Judge Dugan intentionally misdirected federal agents away from the subject to be arrested in her courthouse, allowing the subject to evade arrest. Dugan's been released. She has an arraignment hearing May 15th. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. The Milwaukee Journal-Sentinel reported last week that Flores Ruiz, a Mexican national, was arrested after being due in Dugan's courtroom on 3 misdemeanor counts of battery stemming from a fight with roommates. According to court documents, when Immigrations and Customs Enforcement appeared, they presented a warrant, but Dugan asked for more information and told them they would need to speak with the chief judge before carrying out an arrest. Dugan became visibly angry, commented that the situation was absurd, left the bench, and entered chambers. At the time, Flores Ruiz was seated in the gallery of the courtroom, according to an affidavit filed by the FBI. Officers then left to speak with the chief judge, which is when Dugan is accused of telling Ruiz and his attorneys to leave through a side door. Quote, the courtroom deputy then saw Dugan get up and heard Dugan say something like, wait, come with me. Despite having been advised of the administrative warrant for the arrest of Ruiz, Dugan then escorted Ruiz and his counsel out of the courtroom through the jury door, which leads to a non-public area. Politico's reporting. Unfucking believable. Like, what the fuck do you even say? Adam Shazwell, thank you for $4.99. Okay, I was talking with my dad earlier, and he said the most confusing thing I've heard, lawmaking should be apolitical. It makes no sense to me. Yeah, it doesn't. It straight up doesn't. Laws are politics. Like, what the fuck do you mean lawmaking should be apolitical? From Politico. This was 2 hours ago, so thank you in chat for bringing this up. Judge says 2-year-old U.S. citizen appears to have been deported with no meaningful process. The girl was deported Friday with her mother to Honduras despite her father's efforts to keep her in the United States. This is not surprising. They've been trying to roll back any kind of birthright citizenship, so it's not surprising that people who were born here, even the children of immigrants, which, by the way, literally entirely what the country is based on, is, yeah, that's fucking crazy. That's fucking nuts. Trump appointee said the child, identified in court papers by the initials VML, appeared to have been released in Honduras earlier Friday, along with her Honduran-born mother and sister who'd been detained by ICE officials earlier in the week. The child, whose redacted U.S. birth certificate was filed in court and showed she was born in New Orleans in 2023, had been with her mother and sister during a regular immigration check-in at the New Orleans office of ICE on Tuesday. A regular immigration check-in. Officials there detained them and queued them up for deportation. So they were here legally? Written by the mother. Court doesn't know that. Lawyers for the family filed an emergency petition. Detention had been unlawful. Petition was filed under the name Trish Mack, who the lawyers indicated. Father acts as child custodian. That's fucking insane. Like it's just fucking insane. Like I don't even know what else to give me a second. I got here's the other half of this. From earlier today, exclusive DOJ memo offers blueprint to Tren de Aragua deportation plan. Trump officials directed law enforcement nationwide to pursue suspected gang members into their homes, in some cases without any sort of warrant, according to a copy of the directive exclusively obtained by USA Today. Now, this is definitions for the Alien Enemies Act, or expansions for it. For purposes of this guidance, an alien enemy is a person who is 14 years of age or older, not a citizen or permanent resident, a citizen of Venezuela. The United States, a citizen of a member of the hostile Tren de Aragua. 14-year-olds, alien enemies. That's the definition we're expanding to. 14-year-olds. Like treating them like they're the fucking Taliban. Deconfliction. Upon apprehension, an officer must serve the alien enemy with form whatever. This notice and warrant of apprehension must include a statement by the officer that notifies them that A, the officer has been authorized to apprehend, they've been determined to be an alien enemy, they've been determined to be at least 14, not... The alien is not entitled to a hearing, appeal, or judicial review of the apprehension and removal warrants. The alien enemy shall be detained pending removal from the United States, and after being removed, they may not enter or attempt to enter without permission from the Secretary of Homeland Security. (1798) invoked to deport migrants accused of being members of the fucking... How many Venezuelan gang members do you think are actually going to be deported versus just random 14-year-olds that are fucking already scooping up off the street? Legal experts examined the document that reveals the following. It provides directives to frontline officers apprehending suspected Tren de Aragua members, suggesting officers obtain a warrant of apprehension and removal as much as practicable. Those administrative warrants are signed by immigration officers, not judges, like criminal warrants. So you can basically say, oh yeah, they have tattoos. This kind of shit, this kind of lack of oversight, lack of checks and balances is exactly how and why you get fucking hairdressers and people with autism awareness tattoos sent to a lifelong hellhole in fucking Argentina. No, not Argentina. Fucking El Salvador. Sorry. Argentina. Due to a dynamic nature of law enforcement procedures, officers are free to apprehend aliens based on their, quote, reasonable belief they meet the definitions the memo states. So, again, what we are seeing is vast broadening of definitions of what you can do when you just have a suspicion that somebody is an illegal alien. And then they act on it by saying, once they're apprehended, they are not given any kind of due process. It purports to grant authority for police to enter a suspected alien enemy's residence if circumstances render it impracticable to first obtain a warrant. Circumstances. So just no fucking warrant. Just no warrant. Just no warrant. Impracticable. Despite its emergency rulings on the issue, the Supreme Court has yet to tackle the overall question of whether the Alien Enemies Act grants the president the authority. So here's the fucking funny part about this. We're being told constantly, right, that, oh, there's millions of illegal aliens. Trump has talked so much fucking shit about how the amount of aliens, it's in the hundreds, the tens of millions. And they're fucking shipping out people in 200s. They've always just been grasping at straws with this bullshit rhetoric. And they are using it to justify randomly snatching people off the street and I want you to fucking understand. All of these expansions of definitions, all of these times that they said, oh, we gotta let officers do their jobs, we gotta let police do their jobs, they gotta be free to do what they need to do. It is all in service of this. All in service of the project that they can see somebody they don't like based on skin color and ruin their fucking life. With no oversight, with no due process, and with no repercussions. And people are incredibly right to be afraid that these kind of things are going to expand to other groups because they are. They already are. The shit that we talked about with RFK Jr. and the autism thing. Do you think that fucking wacko isn't going to try and expand the definitions of things like autism? Isn't going to try and be like, oh, well, we have to put a list together of all the trans people and the trans mutilated surgeries and see if there's a link to autism and vaccines. Like, do you think that shit's not going to fucking happen? Do you think they're not going to use and justify these things to put together registries of political dissidents? Like we already knew from Project 2025, fucking Tom Homan and some of these other psychopaths want to put together interstate lists of women who go to other states to get abortions so they can be criminally charged for murder. You think people aren't still working on that? You think they've just crossed that one? We'll get to that later. No. And I want you also all to understand the true fucked fun part of this. All of the people on social media. Like, do you think it's a coincidence that somebody who owns one of the biggest social media platforms just happened to get in with Trump? No. Like, these are not conspiracies, I'm telling you. These are verifiable facts that you can look around and see. That they are using any tool they can to wither and subjugate the natural checks, the checks that have been placed over them. Yeah, they plan to shut down. I just saw that, Christian Garcia, I just saw that they were cutting funding to LGBT suicide prevention hotline. Now, let me see if I can find that. As always, we take the bad with the scant good. Alan Showerman, how likely, and if so, how long until trans people are rounded up? Okay, here's the thing. I don't, because I want to be clear, I don't want to over catastrophize. I don't want to panic. I want to stay pragmatic. I want you to stay pragmatic. I want you to try and stay realistic. And to that end, I don't think we're going to see trans people, being rounded up. However, I do think there are very real chances that trans people will be put on registries, be put on lists for who can and can't do things. I think trans people, like fucking libs of TikTok, will end up co-writing a fucking bill that's like, oh, why is all this trans violence happening? And trans people won't be able to own guns, right? Or shit like that. Like, that is the kind of thing I see happening discriminatorily. Yeah, QETP. They're not going to round you up. They're using legislation to create a chilling effect. Yeah. They are going to use, like, legality to enforce the like, heteronormative society they want. Which, that's not going to stop me from being queer as fuck. Like, I don't know about y'all. I don't give a fuck. Like, you can try and stop me. I'm still going to Pride. I don't care. Trump would have to turn the economy around to win back his base, and then he will feel emboldened to discriminate further. He ain't turning the economy around. I think the thing that is abysmally abundantly clear is that Trump has no fucking idea what he's doing with the economy. Like, not that I held out a lot of hope that he did, but his ego is so inflated to the point that, like the fact we haven't begun to see the knock-on effects of the tariffs, right? A lot of people and a lot of businesses are in an adjustment period right now. And you're starting to see small, it's going to affect the smallest businesses first. The people who cannot take massive hits on imports and export tariffs and all that shit. But it's going to start shifting up very soon, especially when you have smaller manufacturers that supply larger manufacturers. And I think right now a lot of people are trying to make the margins work in the hopes that things might be slim pickings for a little bit, or we might go into debt for a little bit, but we'll be able to make it out. Like, something will reverse on the economy. And he just doesn't really seem to give a fuck, because here's the unfortunate part about an economic collapse is that, A, the United States can just make more money. Like, rich people can just make more money. They can just do that. B, the people at the top, unless we're talking a real Versailles situation, generally not as affected as everybody else. Rich people in the Depression were still rich people in the Depression. Like, they might have had less, but they still had more than the rest of us. So I think that's a big problem, and people are not, like, quite adjusting to that yet. And I genuinely think, however, that a lot of people are going to here's the other problem here. Again, you have to look at the totality of how Trump has laid out all of these narratives. And I do not mistake me for saying, oh, he's some grand master manipulator. This is like a Darth Sidious motherfucker. It's like, nah. It is him just being a fucking idiot and just bumblefucking his way with his dumbass clown shoes ass all the way to the White House multiple times on the back of other idiots. But the narratives they've formed are able to be taken advantage of, again, by the people surrounding Trump. People like Bannon, people like Miller, people like Hegseth, people like Homan, all of these assholes. And you have narratives, like we were just talking about, where tens of millions, Biden is letting in tens of millions of illegal aliens. That's going to justify all of this other stuff. Just like Trump's ongoing narratives about things like the election tampering, the fake election ballots, and all the stuff. Every time there's the Democrats, they've gone after our elections and I still won. And like anytime he says that shit, that is setting up his base to be okay with the Trump Election Security Act or whatever the fuck. Like, the true danger here isn't that Trump is going to have broad popular support, because it's honestly pretty hard for a president to go 2 terms back to back because of just how capitalism works. People go, man, shit is bad. We need to fucking try something else. And our electoral system gives them the option A or option B, which is just like A, but maybe a little not as bad. And it's the problem isn't that people aren't going to like Trump, because there's already been a massive wave of unpopular sentiment. There was a poll I just saw, 50% of people polled think Trump has gone too far in immigration. Garcia was a big part of that. The El Salvador story was a big part of that. And that's going to continue getting worse. It's not going to stop them. But the public approval for these actions goes so far against so quickly. The speed is important here, by the way. They have pushed. They're doing too much. They're doing too much. The question isn't if people are going to like Trump. The question is, what does an election look like? Is there an election? Because we have the annoying part about all this is that we aren't even run or overseen by like people who are charismatic or smart or intelligent. Like, we're being run by people like Pete fucking Hegseth. I want to talk about this real quick. Pete Hegseth nervously sweats through a new interview about Pentagon leaks. Now, when all this shit came out, a lot of people have been speculating, oh, Pete Hegseth has got to get the fuck out of there. Like, people, like, obviously. Like, this motherfucker has had multiple leaks of classified information on Signal that have come out, that have made it out to the fucking public. He's a unmitigated disaster. Like, he's got to be gone, right? But no. Like again, why would the Trump administration fucking care? Like, what are the Democrats gonna do? Continue just fucking Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer just gonna keep wagging their fucking fingers? Like, this is undemocratic. This is, but well, next time, if they step over this line, then fucking Trump steps over the line, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, you got me there, but if you step over this line, then we're gonna, and then Trump fucking steps over that line, and they're like, well, you called our bluff, but what about this line? And Trump doesn't give a fuck and just fucking dissolves the line, and they're like, you know what? Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, won't get fooled again. And then just continue to do fucking nothing. So like what is the like it's been funny colloquially, like as somebody who enjoys just kind of standing back and studying and looking at societal issues and just like sociology and people's behaviors, it has been quite funny to watch people on social media be like, yo, it's fucking crazy that you can just see somebody type, I wish somebody would just do it, and you know exactly who they, and what they're talking about. I think that's funny, personally. And I will say, I think that's actually a good thing. I think it is a good thing that people are aware of this. I think it is a good thing that even if nobody's doing it, people are aware that it's an option. Because here's the thing. If the people are aware it's an option, you better believe all the people watching us know we know it's an option. Think about for a moment, right after Luigi Mangione, think about the explosion of revenue, of requests for security details. It's good. The entire thing I was saying about renewing the Tree of Liberty with the blood of tyrants. It is good to remind people. I'm not advocating anything, by the way. But I want to say, it is good to remind people that there are consequences, like legal consequences for their actions. That there are roadblocks that are put in their way, that there are systems that are meant for the sole purpose of keeping power in check. And it is good to remind people that when those systems are subjugated, there's a whole different kind of consequence. And I think some people forget that. I think more people need to be reminded, personally. That's just me. That's just me. I'm not saying necessarily anybody should act on it. But I'm saying it's a good option to keep it in the back pocket. I am saying that if people actually wanted to be on some like founding father shit, come on. Like that's one of the funniest things I think when I see people like whinging about that kind of thing, like hand wringing over it on social media. Is like, oh now the tolerant left is advocating political violence. It's like, dog, you have like fucking your Twitter profile picture is George Washington with a machine gun. Do you think George Washington, Ben Franklin, John Adams, you think all these motherfuckers would have just sat by? Dude, the shit they would advocate doing to the Trump administration, they would be lucky to be tarred and feathered. That's where we're at. Like, if you actually want to be about that founding father's life, that pursuit of happiness and liberty and all that shit, whoo. I'm just saying, be about it. Pete Heads. Oh, I do love that. Gizmodo fucking giving no fuck. Pete Hegseth, the most unqualified defense secretary in America's history. Axel Ignite, no, I left out Thomas Jefferson on purpose. I don't fuck with Thomas Jefferson. I don't fuck with Thomas Jefferson. We killed kings for less than that. Yeah. I don't. Nah. Remember all the shit I said about Lolly? That applies to Thomas Jefferson too. We don't fuck with Thomas Jefferson. I'll fuck with Ben Franklin. Ben Franklin was a real motherfucker. Ben Franklin, go over emissary to fucking France. More like the fucking God, what's the word I'm looking for? Not envoy, not emissary. What was somebody in chat's gonna come up with it. Ambassador. Fuck yes, thank you. No, I was gonna say Ben Franklin, ambassador to France, more like ambassador to fucking bitches. More like ambassador of getting that dick wet. Ben Franklin was a real one. Yeah, I'll fuck with Ben Franklin. Like, Ben Franklin was a player. Go see if you can track down some of the writing Ben Franklin did of like the ladies in France. Whoo, dude. Oh my god. My man was a fucking freak. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. More people need to know about this. Thomas Jefferson was a bum ass bitch. Jack Star, why do Americans admire the founding fathers? Part of it is American mythology. Like America has these multiple centralized images of like what it means to be an American and the American identity. And a lot of that fucking kind of, it just folds into each other over time with like capitalism and branding and brand recognition, and the ideas and images were sold as what it means to be an American, which is why you get like, you get fucking, it doesn't matter where you are, you'll get truck commercials that have like cowboys and shit. Because it's like, oh, this is what it means to be in America's heartland, where you need to work hard and wear Wrangler jeans and smoke Marlboro Reds and fucking rev your Harley Davidson, and like, it's that kind of shit. There is a real factor of American myth making to a lot of the images and commodities in America, and the founding fathers are kind of wrapped up in that in a more political way. Where it is like they are depicted as these just brave, heroic figures who rose up against this tyrannical empire and came out on top because they had such a dream of freedom and liberty and which to a extent is true. Like there is genuine, like there's a genuine sentiment there. But it is also worth picking apart, and this is the thing that conservatives don't like, because it kind of undermines a lot of their hero worship of these folks. Conservatives don't like, for example, things like critical race theory, quote unquote, critical race theory, where people will sit and talk about, like, yeah, okay, well, the founding fathers did this. Thomas Jefferson wrote this, but Thomas Jefferson was also a pedophile. And all of them owned slaves and all of this. And it's this idea of like, okay, you need to be able to take the shit with nuance, because you can look at the founding fathers and be like, yes, they owned slaves. Does that make them bad people? Kinda. They were also all wealthy, white, landowning people. So it kind of also just came with the territory. Does that make it right morally? No. Did a lot of them know this? Yes. Were a lot of them also abolitionists? Yes. Then why, and it leaves you with even more questions about, well, then why wasn't slavery abolished? Which comes down to, I think maybe fittingly, capitalism. Like it's the most heinous shit in this country has always come back to, damn, we're making money on this shit. So like, John Adams did not own slaves and worked his own land. Yeah, John Adams was also a real one. Columbia levels of idolatry. Well, I mean that's why they did like in BioShock Infinite. I remember one of the let's not have BioShock Infinite discourse, but BioShock Infinite had that moment where you wake up after going up to the city. And you get baptized, and you wake up, and you're surrounded by 3 statues of like Ben Franklin, Thomas Jefferson, and George Washington, all like bedecked in fucking robes, as though they were holy figures. And it is that like Columbia was a very real satirization of that very specific kind of idolizing these men, of holding them up as these nearly religious figures, which we've seen happen, by the way. If you go back again, I think one of the things I said in the Trump video is like, Trump's ideology, it is like, I don't remember how I phrased it, but it is the Bible wrapped in the flag, fucking deep fried in bacon or something. Why don't lefties lean into the anti-authoritarian patriotism more? I think because it's been really appropriated by that kind of shit. But I think like, again, my upbringing, being very conservative, being very into the ideas that, again, are sold to you of, you know, these political radicals, these people who were fighting against a regime, who just wanted freedom. Like, that's the shit that I still think about. Like, and I shake my fucking head at everybody who's like, oh yeah, no, Trump is just like George Washington. It's like, fuck off. It's a civic religion. A lot of countries have them. We got one. Isn't necessarily a bad thing unless it gets used to do this. Yeah. Pete Hegseth. Hegseth's appearance was embarrassingly awkward as he made excuses for Signalgate, blamed the so-called deep state for his troubles and struggle. God, the deep state. Oh, we're gonna watch this, but like, blaming the fucking deep state is crazy. That's crazy. You'll notice nowhere in Hegseth's response, blah, blah, blah. There weren't any war plans on any of the chats, something that appears to be a semantic argument that doesn't even hold up according to experts. When news first broke that National Security Advisor Mike Waltz had accidentally included the editor-in-chief of the Atlantic magazine, Jeffrey Goldberg, in a group chat, Hegseth and Waltz made similar excuses about the lack of war plans. But Jeffrey Goldberg eventually published the chat, showing it was extremely sensitive information, including the time that strikes in Yemen could occur. All right, I wanna watch this. Oh, here we go. At least 3 staff hired by Hegseth have moved on with suggestions that they were all leaking to the press. Bullshit. God, he's such a fucking snake. He's such a fucking... I loathe...
We haven't backed down. So here's the...
Why? What? Oh, there we go. Glory to the CCP. Thank you very much for following. All right, let me...
Want to say, sir, about the signal chat controversy?
You know, what a big surprise that a few leakers get fired and suddenly a bunch of hit pieces come out from the same media that peddled the Russia hoax. Won't give back their Pulitzers. They got Pulitzers for a bunch of lies. Pulitzers for a bunch of lies and on hoaxes.
I've never heard him like actually speak. Wow. This... This is insightful, I'll say. This is giving me a lot of insight. This is, what a fucking baby, dude. Like, what a absolute little bitch boy. Me when I'm not mad, weasel coded for sure. I'll also keep an eye on the kid. Can you all see on stream? Yeah, the kid over in the bottom right.
Time and time and time again. And as they peddle those lies, no one ever calls them on it. See, this is what
all the children gathering.
They take anonymous sources from disgruntled former employees, and then they try to slash and burn people and ruin their reputation.
Dog, the voice crack is wild. I'm not even gonna lie. From former employees. I know my dog is getting. I was about to say my lady. My dog is getting uppity. Like former employees, Scoob. Yeah. Like zoinks. Like, nobody likes leaks from Pentagon employees. Yeah. Oh.
Not going to work with me, because we're changing the Defense Department, putting the Pentagon back in the hands of warfighters, and anonymous smears from disgruntled former employees on...
Yes, yeah. Oh, Brock Lesnar on crack is fucking... Oh, that's crazy. That's fucking accurate. No, he does. He has that, like, fucking Ozempic Brock Lesnar phenotype for sure. Like, that weird... just frat bro rhinoceros face. Somebody asking if I named Lady after Devil May Cry 3. Yeah.
Old news doesn't matter. So I'm happy to be here at the Easter egg roll with my dad and my kids, because, you know, this is what we're doing it for. These kids right here. This is why we're fighting the fake news media. This is why we're fighting slashing.
People also noticed that his sideburns are incredibly uneven, and he probably took that criticism personally as hell, because he also just hired a makeup artist, which is very funny. Zachary Butler, thank you for $5. Hexa sounds like Bert from Sesame Street if he had troubling opinions on race mixing. That's good.
Burn Democrats. This is where we're fighting hoaxsters. This group, no, this group right here, full of hope.
He doesn't have, okay. This is kind of fascinating to watch, because it's so clear he thinks that, like, Trump's Riz has rubbed off on him. Like, he really, he has, like, this false confidence of somebody who's never actually done something but has seen somebody else do it, and actually gets under the spotlight and is like, oh fuck, how did they do that? That's oh, because, like, he's obviously seen Trump, like, you know, fucking tackle somebody will be like, hey, Mr. President, did you fucking sanction this? And he'll be, you're fake news. Okay. And first off, you should know, I've never done anything like this, but also it's very disappointing. You're fake news, and your hair is very bad. Your tie doesn't match your shoes. And you know, like he's seen that shit happen, and he's just been in awe of fucking Trump's incredibly unhinged, bizarre charisma. And he's like, yeah, I can do that. And then this is him, and he's just going, you're hoaxsters. You're hoaxsters. And yeah, everybody thinks that there's, you know, leaks coming from but there's not leaks from former employees. It's just like, dog. Whew, that's fucking rough. Chino here. Hey, Lois, remember that time I interviewed Trump? Did I? Is that what I sounded like? That's crazy.
That peddle anonymous sources from leakers with access to grind, and then you
like oh, he also seems, I'm not gonna lie, he seems a little, and I'm not saying this because I know he's an alcoholic and he's recovered. This man is not recovered. He sounds a little sauced. I'm not gonna lie. Like just if you look at his body movements and stuff, he has that like for me would be like a half a old fashioned, maybe one old fashioned, and like you start getting a little bit loosey goosey with it. Him, I'm sure it's like fucking two flagons by this point. What is it? 11:30 in the morning at this time? Yeah, he's probably a couple deep.
Put it all together as if it's some news story. And when we know it, we know exactly what it is. So I'm really proud of what we're doing for the president, fighting hard, across the board, and I'm going to go roll some Easter eggs with my kids. Thank you very much.
Damn, bro. Damn, bro. Da. Experts generally agree that if anyone else had shared the kind of information that Hegseth had shared, it would have been considered a massive security breach and would likely face jail time. But Hegseth is politically protected by Trump, who nominated the former Fox News host as a kind of fuck you to the idea that people should be qualified for the roles they hold in his administration. If our grandpa president saw someone on the TV and they believe in Trump's fascist agenda, that's good enough for him. That's fucking true. That's fucking true. That's real. That's real. Oh my goodness. Alrighty, let me message somebody back. How long can Hegseth hold on to his current role? Nobody knows for sure. NPR reported on Monday Trump may be looking for a replacement, but if history is any indicator, it's not over until Fox News turns on somebody. President watches TV constantly and holds the opinion of Fox News in higher esteem than just about anybody else. He believes that the people of Fox are his base. If they were to start questioning Hegseth, that could be a game changer. That's fucking crazy. The former TV host has a lot of friends in the network. Matt Gaetz, Trump's first pick to be Attorney General, seems to have had fewer friends at Fox, and it was only after people started to question whether Gaetz was the right man for the job on Fox News, Trump swapped him out for Pam Bondi. Huh. Interesting. Appeared to be struggling getting the words out sometimes Tuesday morning, often stumbling verbally or using grammar that didn't quite fit what he was trying to communicate. Well, so is this a different... Or is that the same fucking... Oh, no! This was a different one. Ho-ho! Oh, this is just 40 seconds. Okay. Oh, it's the Fox and Friends one. Okay. Okay.
Terry, we haven't backed down. See, here's the thing. A lot of people come to Washington and they just play the game. And it's you punch their ticket and get along to go along. And, you know, start doing Meet the Press and going to the Council on Foreign Relations and spending time with all the new cocktail sipping crowd. That's not why I'm here. I'm here because President Trump asked me to bring warfighting back to the Pentagon every single day. Right. That is our focus. And if people don't like it, they can come after me. No worries. I'm standing right here. The warfighters are behind us.
God damn. Look at... It's insane. It's insane that they switched to a two-shot for this. Look at this guy's fucking body language.
Is our focus. And if people don't like it, they can come after me. No worries. I'm standing right here. The warfighters are behind us. Our enemies know they're on notice. Our allies know we're behind them. And that, in this dangerous world, for the American people, is what it's all about.
Let me see if I can get Pete Hegseth, Fox and Friends. All right, 3 days ago. Here we go.
Why do you have confidence?
Because he's doing a great job. Right, Chef. Ask the Houthis how he's doing. Everybody's happy with him. We have the highest recruitment numbers I think they've had
Houthis?
in 28 years.
Hoot!
He's doing a great job. It's just fake news.
Well, that was President Trump doubling down on his support for Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth 24 hours ago, denying a New York Times report about sharing sensitive information on another Signal chat called Team Huddle. Here to set the record straight himself, the current Secretary of State, Pete Hegseth, former host right here.
He called him former Secretary of State. Bro. Oh, man. It's fucking Jover, dude. Oh. Oh. That's fucking... All right. Let's go. Let's fucking go.
Friends, Pete,
hey,
great
Brian.
To see you, Mr. Secretary.
Great to see you.
So your thoughts on what's been reporting of Team Huddle and the Signal chat that the New York Times says took place between you, your wife, and your brother and some others?
So, Brian, if you remember when this all started, the first go-around, because this is the second go-around, right? They peddle old stuff, they kick it back up. I said repeatedly, no one's texting war plans. You know why I said that? Because I'm in the bowels of the Pentagon every single day. Just 10 minutes ago, I was looking at actual war plans of things that were...
You know why I said that? Because I'm in the asshole of the Pentagon. I'm getting up in there. You know why I said that? I'm in the urethral tract of the Pentagon, Brian. You know why I said that? Because I'm getting all up in them Pentagon guts. Okay? And that's how we do it out here in the fucking streets, Brian. We talk about shit on Signal chats. And you don't know what it's like to be out here all up in the Pentagon's fun business. Okay? Fucking what a dork. Juno, I'm out here rearranging the Pentagon. I'm out here rearranging the Pentagon guts. I'm out. It's just like we out here. Shit is so fucking funny. I'm out here fucking stuffing the box in the Pentagon. I'm out here fucking knocking out the bottom with the Pentagon, bro. I'm out here all up in that pentussy. I'm in the pentaguts. The pentaguts. How is this my fucking job, yo? Like, what? This is fucking crazy. The bowels of the pit. Look, I know what he means to say. That's fucking crazy. That's fucking crazy. Pentabussy. Oh no, not Pentabussy. Oh. Yamate kudasai. What's the Hickey lore? I have no idea what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm gonna have to get fucking concealer for my neck, apparently. With respect, Mr. Reporter, we're out here spreading the Pentagon. Goddamn. Juno, how fucking late is it over there? Or wait, how early is it? Is it late or early over there? It's late. Get some sleep, girl. It's like 4 a.m. What are you doing?
Things to happen, because that's on a regular basis on classified systems. That's my job for the war fighters, for the President of the United States. I look at war plans every single day. What was shared over Signal, then and now, however you characterize it, was informal, unclassified coordinations for media coordination and other things. That's what I've said from the beginning. At the beginning, it was left-wing reporters from The Atlantic who got a hold of it and then wanted to create a problem for the president. This is what it's all about, trying to get at President Trump and his agenda. Now, here at the Defense Department, because, Brian, I want this to be very clear. We take the classification of information.
Kevin, I didn't think anyone past the age of 16 still gave each other hickeys. Do you not bite your partner? I'm sorry. People ask me to bite them. People ask to bite me. What am I going to do? If somebody asks to bite me, what am I going to say? No? Not when they're looking like they do. I don't fucking think so.
Very important. It's very significant to us that we safeguard it. And so when we had leaks, which we have had here, we did a serious leak investigation. And through that leak investigation, unfortunately, we found some folks that we believe were not holding to the protocols that we hold dear here at the Defense Department. Through that investigation, they have been moved on, and that investigation continues. As a result of that, everything we do here is above board, trying to make sure that we safeguard information. In this point, those folks who were leaking, who have been pushed out of the building, are now attempting to leak and sabotage the president's agenda and what we're doing. And that's unfortunate. It's not what I do. It's not how...
There is a... No, people in chat are like, oh, he's drunk. There's a... Seriously, you're just chewing that right next to my... Don't look at me like that. Can you not, please? Lady. No, go. Take it. Good. Thank you. Just fucking chewing it right into my microphone, basically. Can't get over his weird eyes. No, that's the thing, is that, like, there's a looseness to his body language, but also, like, a glaze to his eyes. That it does seem very... not sober, I guess.
We operate, and so you've got another allegation being pushed again, not based on how we're operating around here. We're for the warfighters, we're for the president, and none of this is based in reality.
So, Mr. Secretary, I guess I can conclude this. We know some bizarre situation with Michael Waltz happened with the first time the whole thing with the Signal app came out. You believe this came out, they said it was called Team Huddle, because one of the people who work for you, one of the three who no longer are there.
Yeah, somebody asking why Kilmeade looks all sweaty, and it's studio lights do that. Like, I even look a little bit shiny because I don't have like any mattening spray or anything on. But like dog, get your makeup team to put on a fucking what's the word I'm looking on? Matte foundation or a primer, matting primer.
Leak this out as a way to get back at you?
That's right, Brian. When you dismiss people who you believe are leaking classified information, and again, the investigation is ongoing and that will take time, and when the evidence...
Solar Lander, thank you for resubscribing for 18 months. Let's go.
It's produced, it will go to DOJ. Why would it surprise anybody, Brian, if those very same people keep leaking to the very same reporters?
He doesn't know where to like it's just... Look, I understand that like professionalism is not exactly the entire Trump's administration's bag. I get it. But the way he is fucking acting on this interview, like look at his body language. Look at the way he is acting like a fucking streamer, honestly. Awesome, Stella. I have some bits before I pass out listening to stream. Also, why is the first thing I hear from stream about biting after joining in? That sounds like a you thing. That sounds like a you thing. All right, watch his body language again.
The investigation is ongoing, and that will take time. And when the evidence produced, it will go to DOJ. Why would it surprise anybody, Brian, if those very same people keep leaking to the very same reporters whatever information they think they can have to try to sabotage the agenda of the president or the secretary? So once a leaker, always a leaker, often a leaker. And so we looked for leakers because we take it very seriously.
Juno, is this true? If somebody leaks once, are they always a leaker? I don't know. Much to think about.
Seriously. And we will do the investigation.
Right.
And if those people are exonerated, fantastic. We don't think, based on what we understand, that it's going to be a good day for a number of those individuals because of what was found in the investigation. So if they want to keep leaking and pushing and peddling things that try to sabotage the president's agenda, that's unfortunate. But that's how leaking works in this town. We're
My
focused
leakers
on
are shot
recruiting,
on site.
on rooting out DEI.
That's not
on
how I
securing our
heard it.
southwest
That's
border,
not what I
on
heard.
the president's agenda, and it's going very well at the Pentagon, and I'm proud of it.
Right. So the Signal app is what everyone uses. We're all finding that out now because of the Chinese have infected and sabotaged, gotten involved in almost every other communications apparatus over the last 4 years. So that's where you're communicating. You say it took place, but there was no classified material in it. Over the last few days, your senior advisor, Dan Caldwell, Darren Selnick, Colin Carroll, who was your chief of staff, deputy secretary of defense. The other one, Darren, is now former deputy chief of staff, were let go. Did you let them go?
Right. It was a result of an investigation ongoing at the Pentagon where we identified there was sufficient evidence, potentially, again, there's an investigation ongoing that will have to complete itself, sufficient evidence to believe that they or others near them were party to leaking. And then I have a statutory responsibility, Brian. If I believe that's the case...
That is such a weird way to phrase that.
Ensure...
He just... Look, okay, it's an old Steve Martin joke that some people have a way with words and some people not have way. The words he chooses are so fucking bizarre. Like, statutory... It's just the fact that he's done so many weird fucking wordings in one video. Like, statutory bowels. The way he wouldn't stop saying leaking for like a minute straight. Ma, thank you for $5. Does anyone else find it extremely unsettling how much he's talking about the president's agenda and not the usual schlock about national defense? It's because he is unfucking qualified. Like, he doesn't know these things. This is why people laughed at him when he went fucking overseas. Is that he's not qualified for this. He almost verifiably guaranteed does not study, but he sucks Trump off. That's why he has the job. Like, that's why all of the sycophants in the administration right now have the job, is that they agree to just do whatever Trump wants, that they use the president's agenda. Like, that's what we're seeing right now. Did you know?
They no longer have access to that, and that the investigation commences. There are a lot of ways to communicate in this building. I do it every day. I was just doing it this morning. Official channels by which we communicate classified information. If you want to do it and do it the right way, you should. If we think you are leaking to the press, that's a very real problem. We take that very seriously at the Pentagon. I'm here to do one job. One job for the president and the American people. Secure the country. America first. Peace through strength. I don't have time for leakers. I don't have time for the whole press that peddles old stories from disgruntled employees. We should be talking about the decimation of the Houthis, how we're pushing back the Chinese, how we have a new defense area at the southern border. Instead, disgruntled former employees are peddling things to try to save their ass.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I've covered the arrested judge already. Yeah, we talked about that a little bit. I think maybe we'll look at the femboy thighs next, if people are still interested in that goofy little video.
Did you?
And ultimately, that's it's not going to work.
Mr. Secretary, did you find this out, or did they come to you? Because I know you know these guys. Like, these are the guys you picked, especially Caldwell, and they worked for you for your previous job before you got over to Fox. And they said that they have not been asked to their phones. They weren't asked about communications. They didn't go through. They didn't take a polygraph. So why would they be let go and not be investigated?
Well, Brian, when there were a series of serious leaks at the Pentagon, which there were, Panama Canal plans, Elon Musk's visit, you name it, any number of things, and there's 4, 5, 6, 7 things. We said enough is enough. We're gonna
names 2 things. Yo, there's so many. You name it. There's a bunch more. Just like, yeah, what, dude? Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm fucking. I really hate this dude. Like, Excuse me. A series of serious leaks, yeah. What a fucking thing, dude. What a fucking thing. Yeah. You're 1%. That's fucking funny. Does the femboy video have leaking in it? I mean, like, I know those videos. If that's what you're looking for, I got those videos. I got them on lock. Oh my god, I'm still like my eyes are kind of watering from fucking crying. That's fucking crazy. I can only count to 2 eggs. All right, chat. What do we got? We got touche. I do kind of want to watch this on stream, but I feel like I see what else I have, because there's the India-Pakistan thing I kind of wanted to talk about. Oh, I know what we got to talk about. Okay. Sorry, we gotta do this first. We gotta be fucking Musk stepping back from government work amid plummeting Tesla sales. He said in an earnings call Tuesday he will turn more of his attention to Tesla starting next month. Buddy, that's not why. It wasn't falling because you weren't there. Like, that's not why. Stark drop in sales and revenues for the first quarter of the year amid pervasive concerns about the impacts of tariffs and Musk's own role in reshaping the government. Dipped 20% and net income fell an astonishing 71%. And he is trying to get his fucking good will back so much. But there's been some blowback for the time that I've been spending in government with Doge. The Politico, oh, that's good shit. The Politico juxtaposition of Trump saying Musk saying there's been some blowback for the time I've been spending in government, with Tesla's total revenue dropped to $19.3 billion, a 9% dip over the first quarter. A precipitous drop, Tesla said, was partially due to a decline in vehicle deliveries. Operating income fell 66% to $0.4 billion. That's fucking crazy. Doge has made a lot of progress in addressing waste and fraud, which he said had to be fought to try to get the country back on the right track. Chat. We'd love to see it. We love to see it. I want to see. No, I want. All right. No, see, god damn it. New York Post. That's fucking crazy. There we go. Independent. Musk wants to leave politics because he's tired of attacks from the left. Chat. We love this. This is my favorite song. I love to hear it. Reportedly set to leave his government role because he's tired of what he sees as a litany of vicious and unethical attacks from the left. It remains unclear when Musk will depart. His special government, blah, blah, blah. His work at Doge won't be diminished because of his departure, noting that staffers have already established themselves across a slew of government agencies. That's fucking awful and terrifying, but also not surprising because Elon kind of just doesn't do much ever. Like, you may notice that he runs big ass fucking parenthetical around runs like 4 companies. So the left hurt my feelings. Yeah, I thought Elon, I thought comedy was legal again. What, you can't take a fucking joke, pussy? Yeah, it didn't last a year. Ugh. There's something about it that just pisses me off. It's like, if you're gonna be about this, like, yeah, we need to be tougher, and we need to have standards of masculinity, and we need to do all this, like, be alpha bro, fucking super cool, awesome. And then you're just like, oh, people on the left, they really, like, they hurt my feelings, and they kept saying really, really mean things about me, and it really, I can't take they told me off in video games. They made fun of me for how I played video games. It's like, it's like the thing I was talking about like 2 hours ago with Kirsch. It's like, I don't fucking sack up. Like, I hate to use gendered language, but like, suck it up, buttercup. Fucking thicken your skin a little bit. Musk has also annoyed cabinet members by failing to coordinate with them in cost-cutting moves. Musk should leave his government role and once again focus on his efforts, arguing the company is facing a code red moment. Quote, Musk needs to leave the government role, take a major step back, get back to being CEO of Tesla full-time. Ives wrote to clients on Sunday. Tesla is Musk and Musk is Tesla, and anyone thinks it's literally not. He did not found the company. He bought it. The brand damage Musk has inflicted is not a real thing. Anyone that thinks the brand damage he's inflicted is not a real thing spent some time speaking to car buyers in the U.S., Europe, and Asia. You will think differently after those discussions. Has unfortunately become a political symbol globally of the Trump administration. Potentially 15% to 20% permanent demand destruction for future Tesla buyers due to the brand damage Musk has created from Doge. Post also revealed that some officials refused to comply with Musk's requirement. The federal employees send weekly emails. He warned that not sending the email would count as a resignation. However, just 2 days after Musk's order, the Office of Personnel Management stated in a briefing for Human Resources that participation was voluntary. Agencies are now employing different policies, with some agencies having stopped requiring the emails. A smaller number of departments still follow the mandate. So, God. Many of those who still send the emails are sending similar messages each week or are viewing them as a joke. Great. That's so fucking dumb. That's so fucking dumb. Ugh. They're bullying my truck design. No, good. Like, I have, hey, you know what? Like this is literally, this is the monkey's paw, Elon. This is what you wanted. All this fucking bullshit he loves to say about Vox Populi, Vox Dei, the voice of the people. The people are speaking, Elon. The people are speaking directly to you, and they fucking hate you. You stupid little fake gamer, broke dick bitch nerd. Musk Zuckerberg crosswalk button. Yeah, I did see that. Yeah, I think I want to save the India-Pakistan stuff for another night. Because that's a lot. That's a lot. My doc that I keep stuff in is just, it just says Hegseth hehehehe. Yeah. The people are speaking and they're saying El Bozo. True. True. Vivian who? Vivian Wilson. Did I? No. Sorry. There we go. What do we want? How's everybody feeling, chat? Pretty alright. You're in for a trip. Oh, do y'all still want the femboy thighs? I forgot about that. Dustin the Damn, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Mephisto023. Give us femboy thighs. Alright. Where's the thigh? Okay, here's the thigh high video that you fucking... YouTube hates femboys. That is great bait. Alright, this is what you wanted, you fucking freaks, you fucking perverts. I really like the kind of, it's not quite vaporwavy, it's kind of dark wavy, but the kind of style that we got. Audio needs to be, I think, fixed a little bit, but I don't know, they've been doing a lot of good work. Yeah, I really like the, as somebody who also takes a little bit of influence from like vaporwave and which like you can't really do vaporwavy or dark wavy stuff without kind of looking at Eva. I really like the kind of Shadow the Hedgehog Evangelion. Excuse me, Shadow the Hedgehog Evangelion vibe. But yeah, I guess if you want to go buy thigh highs, Will has got you covered. So, yar. That's. Are you freaks happy now? Is this what you wanted from me? You know, for science, paw pads, yes. Y'all a bunch of fucking paw pads. Y'all a bunch of fucking deviants is what you are. How dare you? Why would any of you send this to me? Huh? Why would any of you send this to me? Bunch of grossos. freak fulfilled. I'm happy for y'all. I could never be a deviant. Juno. Virginia Guffrey. What happened to Virginia Guffrey? Oh, no. Oh. God, that fucking sucks. Yeah, I don't, honestly, I don't think somebody's saying like conspiracies. I don't think there's any conspiracies. Like it is I think it is just, what an insane thing to click away from back onto, by the way. Yeah, I think it is just a, like, you have no idea how fucking hard living that life must be. Like that's rough. And I have nothing but sympathy for her family. And yeah, I don't think there's a fucking conspiracy. Alex Jones is typing right now. Yeah. All right, yeah, let's go to the Q Moms. I'm going to start playing it, and then how do we want to do this? Do I want to... Yeah, I'm going to do that. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back, and then we'll start on the Q shit. Hey, yo? Spiders, I mean, like, technically spiders could be bugs. They could be bug-like. Or, like, spiders are not insects. Spiders can be bugs. Like, bugs, I feel, are a broader, like, category, I think. But, yeah, spiders are arachnids. Whoa. Why? Whoa. Why is everything fucked? Okay. I don't know. We're gonna watch the Q mom thing. Shrimps is bugs. You know, you got me there. Shrimps is bugs. Lobsters is bugs? Now you're going off the deep end. You're going crazy. Taking it too far. Q mom, very good. Very good, well done. All right. The insane crimes of Q moms. We are just fucking chilling. And I'm gonna eat. No, hey, what the hell? Dog, you cannot have any of my cranberry, strawberry, honey nut salad pizzazz. Yummy, yummy bugs. Yep. All right, let's get in here.
A lot of people online will get into conspiracy theories as a form of entertainment. For most people, they're like fun what-if stories to get into, almost something like real-life fan fiction. For a good number of people out there, though, those conspiracy theories are completely real. When a bunch of moms on the internet who lost their kids either in custody battles or to CPS hopped on the conspiracy theories, things quickly got wildly out of control. With as big of a hot button as Q is on the internet, with various forms of social media and even YouTube itself trying to ban even negative discussions of the group, I'm going to have to use some workarounds to even discuss it. As you know, the first word of the group is Q and the second word is Anon. Saying them together might get you flagged or even striked. So I'm just going to refer to the group as either Q or the Q movement throughout this video. Given that the Q movement is a massive topic on its own, it's impossible to really deep dive into their beliefs without a whole video dedicated to the topic. It's a far-right conspiracy theory that originated within the Pizzagate movement in 2016 and later really took form on 4chan a year or so after. To put it in the most basic of bullet points, they believe that the government is under full control of a satanic group that controls the deep state, one that they call the Cabal. They believe that this group does anything from engaging in political corruption to trafficking children all over the world. Sometimes the views get much more wild, with many saying that the Cabal goes as far as drinking the blood of children in order to retain their youth or engages in child sacrifice. With all the views they have, children have always been a large focus. When it comes to Q, there's a very strange subsection of believers that you likely haven't even heard about. While child abuse rings, baby blood drinkers, and the need to save children were always big talking points within the Q movement, there were a few prominent members within the group who decided to focus on things like CPS and child custody battles. There was, and still is, a pretty sizable subsection of the group that focuses on getting children back for unfit mothers who have had their kids taken away. While a portion of them likely believe in what they're preaching, a lot more of them operate by much more dubious means. Some prominent characters within these groups claim to be lawyers despite having no legal education or qualifications whatsoever. A lot of them operate on the sovereign citizen defense, which is an entire rabbit hole on its own. To put it simply, they believe that they aren't subject to any government laws unless they consent to being subject to them. This pseudo-legal belief is basically either a delusion, gullible people falling for
God, we should do a deep dive. At some point, I'm going to have to go and look and find some good ones. But we should absolutely do a Sovsit deep dive at some point. Because I don't think people... I think there's probably a lot of people in my chat who don't really know about sovereign citizens. Or if you do, you haven't actually, like, seen a lot of them. Man, Sovsits are, fucking wild. Wild. Great shit. Oh, incredible content. But yeah, I mean, like, so Less Than Lucid, Sovsit and Q. Sovsit stuff and QAnon, they are, like, it is a lot of people who just kind of want to do whatever they want and want to have these, like, okay. So earlier, I was talking about how, like, Americans are sold ideas, right? I think one of the things, the knock-on effects of these images that were constantly sold is this idea of American individualism in terms of being an action movie hero. And so many people want to be that action movie hero. So many people want to be, and I wonder if they're going to go into this on this video, because so many people want to be the protagonist. They want to be John McClane. They want to be John Rambo. And it's so fucking funny because that's so much of what QAnon is. Like, when you look at Q posts and stuff, so much of it is just like discount taken bullshit. Is just like, and they're gonna break out, you know, because it is this big, and they'll explain it all, but it is this big elaborate conspiracy about how there's actually a war going on in the deep state in the shadows, and Trump is actually secretly winning, and we're gonna fucking Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin and all that stuff. And it's tempered with these insane, disgusting, speaking of Huma Abedin, insane, disgusting, like what's that video? It sounds... Because saying the name of the video is out loud, just, it sounds like Frorple Goop, or what the fuck is it? It's the Huma Abedin, the fake video that doesn't exist. Chat, help me out here. Ugh. Y'all are killing me. It is not Florpus Borpus or whatever the fuck I just said. It's Frazzle Drip. That's what it is. Thank you, Frazzle Drip. It's fucking nonsense. Jason Bourne. Yeah, no, every QAnoner wants to be Ben Gates from National Treasure. No, straight up. I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. Yeah, like, straight up. That's what they want. They want to believe that there is a greater, more... And this is what a lot of conspiracies get at. It's why you have sovereign citizen stuff. They want to believe that there is a greater, more magnificent purpose for our lives. They want to believe that, you know, they can be the protagonist of the story, that the universe can revolve around them for just a moment. And that, you know, there are these big, grand, elaborate fantasies that are running everything. But it's really, when you get right down to it, it's no different than, like, the fucking geeked up fantasy is coming from white nationalists about how, the Jews control everything. It is just a shallow consensus reached by fantastical minds who just want to find a reason why things are working against them in the world. And the real reasons either conflict with their already held beliefs and cause a cognitive dissonance, or are just fucking boring. Like, it's boring to just be like, yeah, capitalism is fucking everybody over and you ain't special. Sorry.
misinformation or an outright scam by people who know that it will never work as a legal defense. Nobody who has ever used this defense in a child custody case has ever won, but they still peddle it to desperate, usually mentally ill parents who see it as their one and only way out. One of these unfit mothers went by the name of Cynthia Absug. Cynthia had a son who, by the time he was 7 years old, she claimed had been suffering from a myriad of health problems. She said that he had experienced everything from seizures to heart problems over the years, never actually being able to cite what his specific disorder was. Eventually, she came to tell those who knew her that her son was suffering from a brain tumor and that he was dying. She would parade him around to friends and on social media as her poor, sick child, but the reality is that the boy was fine. Once this was discovered, the authorities were called. In May of 2019, the police found that Cynthia, quote, subjected her son to medical child abuse, commonly known as Munchausen syndrome by proxy. Her son was taken from her custody and placed into a foster home, where it has been said that he was doing much better. As soon as he was removed from Cynthia's care, all of his supposed symptoms vanished in an instant. Now he lives more or less a normal life, free from his mom's exploitation. Cynthia flew into a panic. In a spell of what she called extreme anxiety, she took to the internet and social media in order to find out how to get her son back. She ended up coming across a group online that claimed to be reforming the family court system. It seemed like a promising way to get her kid back. After all, if the entire system were to change, who's to say that she wouldn't benefit? She decided to go deeper down the rabbit hole and eventually reach out herself. One of the men she came across online was a minor online celebrity named Field McConnell. Now a man in his 70s, Field was a former Navy pilot turned major player in the conspiracy theorist scene. Field started out being mainly interested in 9/11 conspiracies, losing his career at Northwest Airlines after he refused to take part in a routine, mandatory neurological exam. He adamantly refused to do so, all the while alleging that Boeing was rigging their planes to explode in order to facilitate more 9/11-style attacks. Field then engaged in a series of frivolous lawsuits that he never saw any benefit from. While most people who knew him felt that he was either losing his mind in his old age or was being manipulated, he was able to garner a pretty loyal group of followers online. Going by the name Abel Danger, he garnered quite a bit of respect within the conspiracy scene. Gradually, though, Field grew bored with the 9/11 conspiracies. Once Q came along, he gradually went down that path instead. Growing obsessed with the idea of the government sex trafficking networks, he grew particularly interested in the idea that CPS agents were being used to kidnap kids. Eventually, he came up with the idea of what he called McConnell Veterans Ranch, a strange plan in which he would build this heavenly compound in Texas where military veterans and child victims he rescued would live together in harmony under his guidance.
Oh no!
Claiming that he was engaging in various different
No! That's the worst fucking idea! I didn't know about this particular person. I knew about the lady. I had never heard about this wackadoo. Nope. It's like, y'all. This, give veterans gun shit and let them... Because this comes from that... Again, it comes from the same, almost action movie aspiration where you have a bunch of people who are like, yeah, no, we should hire veterans to be security guards at schools and give them guns so they can shoot, when mass shooters come in. It's like... It's never like a veteran who is recently... By the way, it's never like a veteran who's, recently... come home or recently gotten out of the service and is still in good fighting condition. It's always these old ass Clint Eastwood and Gran Torino motherfuckers who are still trying to unpack, being in the service was the one thing they did in life, and they are still trying to probably unpack that trauma of whatever happened in fucking Vietnam or whatever. But the idea of, hey, let's take a bunch of those people and put them with abused and trafficked children to keep them safe. Nah.
Legal fights and other efforts in order to take the system down, he took all sorts of donations from his viewers over the years. One of the pseudo-legal law firms that he made connections with was one that called themselves E-Clause. They were one of the fringe groups that clinged on to the idea of sovereign citizenship. The men who ran E-Claws, Kirk Pendergrass and his partner Christopher Hallett, had developed quite close ties with Q believers who believed that CPS agents were stealing children and trafficking them. In long, rambling live streams and videos on YouTube, most of which have now been deleted, Field and the members of E-Claws would speak out about how the mothers who had their children taken away by CPS were nothing more than victims of the deep state, all while raking in donations from their viewers who agreed and supported their cause. Cynthia Absug ate these videos up, feeling that it described her cause perfectly. Still denying that she had Munchausen syndrome, she was able to convince some of her friends and family of the conspiracy as well. One of her family members ended up making a GoFundMe page for her, saying that they needed to hire a lawyer to get Cynthia's son back, still asserting that he suffered from seizures and various neurological disorders. It even said that the authorities made up the Munchausen talking point, in their words, to justify the unjustified removal of children. Cynthia began appearing on various Q-themed shows and streams over time, becoming somewhat of a well-known figure in the circuit as well. She mainly spoke about child sex trafficking and Colorado's child welfare system while using her own story as evidence. Her story really resonated with other moms, especially moms in the same predicament. She told them that their kids were likely being used by either the cabal or Hollywood as either objects of sexual abuse or blood sacrifices in satanic rituals.
I'm a single mother of 4 children. I have 2 older boys, and then I have my 7-year-old son, Michael, who is has some health conditions, and but I would do anything for my son, just to let you know. By January of 2000, I had the CPS, which stands for Child Protective Services, letting me know they had received a call for possible misrepresentation of my son's illness. You know, as being a mom, not knowing the Child Protective Services in some areas is a front for child trafficking and has child trafficking rings in certain areas, I did not know I didn't know what to look out for. So that's the Munchausen syndrome by proxy on another or fictitious disorder is what they're accusing me of now.
After a short period of time, Cynthia caught the attention of Field McConnell, E-Claws, and what they were calling Children's Crusade. Field even spoke to Cynthia directly on an episode of his show in August of 2019, urging her not to get a lawyer to fight for her son. Instead, he insisted that he would report directly to Donald and Melania Trump on the case and that everything would be settled.
No. You're not going to need attorneys. They're not the solution. They're the problem. I will get all your information
that's fucking crazy.
Where it needs to go, which is Trump, via the federal protection people that are working with Timothy Charles Homseth, and via the Pentagon pedophile task force. And that stuff, if it's...
The Pentagon pedophile task force. The really sad part about it is that you have people like her who need genuine help, right? And this has been the problem, the really dark part of QAnon, and where it ties into what I was talking about earlier, where so many of these things are like they are tied to and come out of people needing to find justifications for why things are so shit. And it is easier or more fun or more engaging for people to activate the part of their brain or engage the part of their brain in these elaborate conspiracies than it is to face reality or face facts. So you have the idea that, like, you have this woman who needs help, genuine psychiatric help and support, which our government continues to cut funding for, which movements like this, movements adjacent to this, like anti-vax movements, constantly talk shit about like, oh, they're trying to control you, they're trying to control your brain. And I'm sure there's no fucking limit to the insane conspiracies that are spread about psychiatrists and psychologists, which aren't, I realize those aren't the same thing. And so instead you have people like this who say, hey, I can get you, I can talk about directly to Trump. And that's where I hope he talks about the QAnon, and this isn't like a comprehensive QAnon thing, but the JFK Jr. God, who's the fucker with the hat who basically coyly pretends to be JFK Jr. just to like get laid? What the fuck is his name? It's not 107. It's QAnon found on 8chan. I think it was 4chan first, but yeah, it was on one of the fucking Chan boards, saying this old guy was helpless old man being exploited. Nah, I mean, like, look, he might be being exploited at some point, but it is a lot of opportunism. It is a lot of delusion, and it is hard to... Vincent Fusca, thank you. Fucking WJ Adam coming in clutch. Vincent Fusca. Yeah, no, because for a long time, a core QAnon belief was, and I don't keep up with it anymore, but like for a long time, a core belief of the QAnon movement was that JFK Jr. was actually still alive and would come out on stage as Trump's running mate, and that was the storm. That was when it was. I believe the lore is a little dumb, so forgive me if I fucking forget it. But like, yeah, is QAnon still active? I don't really think so. It kind of the people who ran it. God, what were their name? I can hear their fucking voices too. If you watch the HBO original documentary Q Down the Rabbit Hole, it basically tells you who Q is. Like it's very clear. Ron Watkins and his son, oh God, I don't remember. Iclonus. Yo, we got Transformers in the chat. Iclonus. Watkins is, yeah. Ron Watkins and his dumbass child who ran for Congress. It's been a minute since I was like, I brushed up on my Q lore. It's taken on a life of its own, but it's a shadow of its own. Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the same thing you get with like. Yeah, okay, so like an adjacent movement to Q was Jim Watkins. That's who it was. Right. Yeah, no, you're right. An adjacent movement to Q was, all right, who do we need to go? All right, who here remembers Romana Diderot? Did we B-52's voice. Ron Watkins. Yeah, Jim Watkins. God, what a fucking dickhead. Yeah, Morgan P. You know what I'm talking about. The Queen of Canada, Romana Diderot. Yeah, Romana Diderot was a insane. Is another thing I don't think is still like going. Like she obviously still exists, and I'm sure she has followers, but it is not picking up steam like it used to be. But like Romana Diderot was wrapped up in a lot of stuff that is adjacent to, as we were talking about earlier, like sovereign citizen stuff, or where you find one fucking weird little sentence you can misinterpret to be like, no, actually I'm the rightful Queen of Canada. And she was very much adjacent to QAnon shit in that like it was just this, no, secretly there's actually this grand war going between light and dark, and you have to trust me, and like I'm giving marching orders to, I sent troops to fight China, and the Chinese military, and like it's just fucking insane stuff. Oh yeah, God, -48, fuck. Yeah, Moth, $2. What Q did to people's brains hasn't gone away. Yeah, and it's like that's kind of the lasting impact of QAnon, is that even if QAnon isn't still with us in like tactily, it is going to stay with us in spirit because it opened the floodgates on so much wild shit to become accepted discourse. Like the idea that you can have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene spouting QAnon shit and keep her job. Like QAnon in a big way was a shifting of the Overton window as a result of what I think are just like shit that people didn't realize about how social media had proliferated and how a lot of hate and conspiracy movements were just kind of waiting in the wings. So like, yeah, like I don't think it's fair to say that, okay, Trump got reelected because of Q, because it had very little to do with this last election. Like, I'll be honest, it had faded into obscurity enough by that point. But the lines it opened up in people's brains at the most insane point, because people in the chat are talking about how, you know, they think that they're like Jewish pedophile cabals and vampires and all this shit. And that's at the far end. That's like deep Q lore. Like Frazzle Drip, all that shit is like, you gotta be deep into that shit and go on the Q boards and fucking decrypt the files and you, go follow General Flynn and all that shit. But it allowed for other adjacent things to become more mainstream as well. More adjacent ideas like anti-vax stuff, like vaccines causing autism, somehow becoming like a much more mainstream talking point. And breadcrumbing that shit. And that's like, that is because people always want, of course, conspiracists want to always talk about, adrenochrome nonsense. Fuck. People always want to talk about how, you know, like if you ever try and disprove conspiracy theories, they always go with the good old faithful, like, oh, if you're trying to shut me up, that means I'm right. And I think a lot of people for a long time just looked at those kind of arguments and meant like, you know what, man, I don't give a shit. Like, whatever, you think fucking Mike Tyson did 9/11 or who gives a shit? Sure. Yeah, the moon landing was fake. You're right. Yeah, fucking Stanley Kubrick pulled one over. And I think people didn't realize until Q how much, even though it had been stewing for years and years, from like some of the very first forums, some of the very first places people congregated on the internet were white supremacists. They were explicitly racist. Like, there has always been these interwoven strands of conspiracy throughout the internet, but the way it started bubbling up more to the surface. Monty the Ogre, what is adrenochrome? Adrenochrome is a real substance. However, it does not do what QAnon says. QAnoners believe that, and again, I don't know if this is all of them, but I know it is a belief that, adrenochrome is a real thing. I believe it is a chemical compound. Like, adrenochrome exists, but it does not do what you cannot fucking take it out. Like, you cannot extract it. QAnoners believe that they basically believe Monsters Inc. shit, which again, if you get down to a lot of the stuff that QAnon puts out, it's all movies. It's all fucking movie references. Where We Go One, We Go All is a movie reference. A fucking reference to oh God, what's his name? Jeff Bridges movie that nobody fucking saw in the 90s. Yeah, there you go. Feral Nights. It's the TLDR. It's the chemical that thins out adrenaline in your bloodstream. The adrenochrome conspiracy is a form of blood libel. Yeah, it is. Like, it is just a new form of the fucking protocols of the Elders of Zion. Like it is literally, again, check this shit out. Go watch if y'all haven't watched the video I did on the history of anti-Semitism, go watch that shit. Go watch where I talk about Simon of Trent and how there was no evidence for, Jews. They killed this little boy. And I don't know why I went into my Solid Snake voice. They killed this little boy, and they drained his blood to put in Jewish bread or whatever the fuck it was. And it's the same shit hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years later, because that's just how conspiracies be. They people just want to blame people for shit and fucking come up with dumbass stuff. But anyway, the adrenochrome conspiracy is that Democrats and the elites, triple parentheses around the elites, believe that or that you can scare a child, that they will like scare a kid into developing this adrenochrome, which they will extract, I think, from the child's brain, because they're all fucking sickos, and all of their fucking all of their fantasies are also really just goddamn dark. Like, they're really just awful. They will extract adrenochrome from children's brains and use it to keep them young. Now, this was especially funny to me at the time because Hillary Clinton was running her campaign for president when this shit started coming out, or it was shortly after that. But let me tell you, if she was trying to stay young, by using adrenochrome, she should have stocked up some kids. She should have gotten a different stock, because that shit was not working. That adrenochrome, nope. Yeah. So yeah, that's the adrenochrome thing. It is just another form of blood libel. It is just another, like, it's copying other fucking people's homework, like, straight up. Oh yeah, the QAnon guy frequented a section of 4chan littered with lolly garbage. I mean, fucking Jim Watkins ran multiple porn sites and lived in, I want to say he lived in Thailand for a while, where he ran porn sites. So fucking put that together. Like, Jim, if y'all don't know about, all right, I was like, oh, go look up a photo. I'll look up a photo for y'all. The Philippines. Okay, my bad. Oh, not what I want. There we go. This is a photo of Jim Watkins, who is very likely the person behind QAnon. So, like, choices were made. Oh, that is for damn sure. Aw, Francesca Greer. Say hi to your cat for me. Yeah, there you go. Agender Witchery ran a porn site and a Nazi site on a pig farm in the Philippines. All right, anyway, let's get back to this.
If it has enough sizzle, and yours certainly does, in my estimation, it'll get to Trump and Melania.
Enough sizzle, Jesus Christ.
Do you mind if we calm down a little bit and I read you Psalm 91?
No, please do. That'd be great. I didn't mean to get so excited, but it's just a tough subject.
While it is almost certain that Field had no contact with Donald Trump or his family, and that, even if he did, a random child custody case wouldn't have been a priority, Cynthia didn't care. She wholeheartedly believed him. Eventually, Field decided to send a man named Ryan Wilson, a Q member from Arkansas, out to protect Cynthia, saying that the deep state would now be on a mission to destroy her. The idea that one random man from Arkansas could protect her from the wrath of an evil organization that even the whole U.S. military was under the rule of seemed a bit unrealistic, but Cynthia hung on to his every word. Cynthia was so enamored with the idea that she told her daughter that Ryan Wilson was a trained sniper that could keep them safe. Cynthia's daughter was not a follower of the same beliefs as her mom and immediately came to feel that this whole thing was getting wildly out of control. Cynthia began to only leave her home for periodic meetings with other Q members, bringing Ryan Wilson along with her everywhere. She even bought a gun for herself and made some plans to go training with it at a local range. This is when Ryan and Cynthia began planning what they called the raid. They decided that they would attack the foster home in which her son was now being raised, take her son back at gunpoint, and flee into the night. Other Q believers had told them that they found the boy's new address, saying that the foster family was a bunch of Satan worshippers after all. Whether or not they had actually found the house is unknown, but Cynthia became so excited about the plan that she informed her daughter of what they were going to do. Cynthia's 16-year-old daughter decided that she couldn't let her mom kill someone or possibly be killed due to these beliefs, so she did the only thing she could think of. She called the police and told them what her mom was about to do. Word of the call soon got out. Cynthia quickly took to the internet to get some advice. Her usual
Doe's Autopsies, thank you for $5. That QAnon guy just showed that created the whole thing. It looked like a goofy creation of the Oblivion character creator. That created the whole thing. Yeah, no, definitely did. I mean, I've played Oblivion, Dustin. I have a whole video on Oblivion on the channel.
She reached out to a bunch of other believers, including Field McConnell, and begged for help. Cynthia and Ryan fled the home and departed on a journey that would take them over 5,500 miles across the United States over several months. After a while of being on the run, Cynthia began to worry that the Children's Crusade wasn't actually helping her. But still, this didn't lead to her questioning her beliefs.
Called it the Children's Crusade?
Instead, she mainly changed her
Calling
focus.
it the Children's Crusade is fucking
Now,
wild.
Cynthia decided to shift her attention away from Field McConnell and Children's Crusade and make the E-Claws legal team her priority. They drove out to Ocala, Florida, where one of the owners of E-Claws, Christopher Hallett, was working. Christopher had, over time, made a name for himself amongst other moms who had had their children taken away, delivering them false promises of using his mysterious legal know-how that he picked up by working loss prevention for different companies to get their kids back. Despite not being registered as a lawyer in the state of Florida, Christopher presented himself as one. He mainly advertised his legal help on both Facebook and on the Q side of YouTube. Many of his videos were the equivalent of multi-hour-long PowerPoint presentations filled with false promises and nonsensical legal jargon. Like many of the others, he would rake in fairly large amounts of donations for his supposed cause. However, one thing that Christopher failed to disclose was that his legal methods had universally failed. He had never once succeeded in changing the system in any way and had never gotten a child back from CPS even once. Once in a while, when a case he boasted of being a surefire win would fail, he would take to social media to deliver excuses on why his legal defenses hadn't worked, usually blaming corrupt judges in one way or another.
Basically, the long and the short of it is the what the federal court said about dismissing my case for lack of subject matter jurisdiction, being that the charges were breach of trust and libel, is inaccurate. And the reason that we know that on its face is because the appellate court assigned the U.S. government counsel upon appeal. Now, had the original federal judge caught the allegation against the U.S. government, he would have signed the federal government counsel at that time. So that's proof on its face that the original judge's assessment was inaccurate.
Still, though, his followers' faith in him never faltered. Cynthia soon arrived at Christopher's door in Florida, begging him to help out with her case, convinced that he was the man that would make all of this go away. She stayed with him for a little while, hoping that he would come up with some miracle method in order to win her case. However, after waiting a while, she came to realize that, much like Children's Crusade, Christopher wasn't really making any headway at all in her case, or really accomplishing anything. He was all talk. Once again disillusioned, she and Ryan left his home and set off for their next destination, another Q member in Dumas, Arkansas. This is where a board member of Children's Crusade, a woman named Sarah Dunklin, was living. Sarah was, at the time, Ryan Wilson's girlfriend, so they felt that they could trust her more than any of the other people who have tried to help them so far. Sarah wasn't an insignificant player in the game either. She actually held the GOP chair in Desha County. Her father, Bill Duncan, had also just barely lost a Republican state Senate primary the previous March. Sarah, though, had become lost in her beliefs as well. Rather than referring to herself by her name, she started to address herself in a very Prince fashion, calling herself Woman by the Calling of Sarah. She had been harassing her ex-husband, his attorney, and her ex-mother-in-law for quite a while about various marital and custody issues herself, usually rambling about the usual QAnon talking points and name-dropping Field McConnell. While working with Sarah, Cynthia was living in a partially burned-out motel by the Arkansas River. After a few weeks, she began to lose faith in Sarah as well. She began to feel that all of the members of Children Crusade were doing nothing but stringing her along. Cynthia began to hear of FBI raids at previous locations she had stayed, slowly coming to realize that the feds were on her trail and it was only a matter of time before she would be caught. All the while, none of the people she had contacted had actually been able to help out her cause in any way. Still though, her belief in Q didn't waver. Instead, she decided to, once again, hit the road to meet another contact, this time in Kalispell, Montana. However, little did Cynthia know, the FBI had closed in on her location. They were a lot closer to catching her than she had assumed. After being on the run for a bit over 3 months, the FBI caught up to Cynthia in a car in Montana, arresting her on the spot and ending her long journey in which she accomplished absolutely nothing. Cynthia was looking at a felony charge, conspiracy to commit a kidnapping. She tried to file a petition for habeas corpus using some of the sovereign citizen lingo she had picked up along her journey, but the judge shot it down, calling it frivolous. Cynthia made her first appearance in a hearing months later in August, in which her bail was set at $250,000, an amount that she had no hope of paying. The district attorney said, "Miss Absug's son was lawfully removed from her custody in order to protect him from imminent danger. There's no telling what may have happened to that little boy if the kidnapping plot had succeeded." Based on what Cynthia's daughter had presented to the police, the judge ruled that there was enough information that she could indeed stand trial on the conspiracy charge. Now, rather than just losing her son to the CPS, the decision to terminate all of her rights to her son entirely was on the table. Cynthia's defense adamantly maintained that there was no actual evidence of the kidnapping plot and that everything had been made up by her daughter. However, both Cynthia's daughter and her adult son decided to testify against their mother in court about what she had been saying and about how dangerous her beliefs had really been getting. In addition, 2 different doctors were also brought into the trial to testify that her son that had been taken away had shown 0 signs of the conditions that Cynthia claimed him to have. Cynthia herself continued to spout her beliefs, saying that social workers were getting paid millions underneath the table to take children from loving parents like her and deliver them to the cabal. She said that she was only trying to help her son in the end. The judge simply reprimanded her for a clear lack of remorse or any sense of wrongdoing. Eventually, the jury came to a verdict and it was time for the judge to deliver. Cynthia was indeed found guilty on a charge of conspiracy to commit second-degree kidnapping and also a new charge of child abuse after the testimony of the doctors brought a lot to light. Surprisingly though, despite her plans, her dangerous beliefs, and her time on the run, she was hit with a very light sentence. She was sentenced to 60 days in jail and 2 years of supervised probation. Cynthia's son's foster mother was really displeased with the sentence. As it came to be known during the trial, she and her family were forced to go under police protection for all of the months that she was on the run, and even afterwards, being forced to live in a hotel the entire time. Believing that she was still living in danger due to what Cynthia was spreading about her online, she said, "I don't think 60 days will come close to dealing with what we have to deal with." Even with Cynthia put away, E-Claws and the other pseudo-legal groups online were far from being finished. After all, the longer that they could keep these fraudulent cases coming in, the longer that they could keep the donations flowing. It didn't really matter if they never got anything done. Their audience was more than invested in their case, being hooked to the point where they were fueled by pure loyalty at this point. Much like Cynthia, a woman living in Kentucky named Neely Petrie Blanchard was getting into the Q scene herself. She had actually been deep in the game for quite a while now, with some of the only existing video of her being that of her attendance at a Trump rally in 2018. Eventually, Neely came to lose custody of her 2 daughters for reasons that have never been made entirely clear. While some comments on her personal Facebook page have asserted that she was dealing drugs, it has never been proven. All the police have said was that she had a long history of mental illness, was a self-described sovereign citizen, and made a habit of making it clear to people that she owned a gun and wasn't afraid of using it. After Neely's daughters were taken away, they weren't really taken anywhere that far. They were simply placed in custody of the girl's paternal grandmother, Susan, instead. In a court order that described Neely as extremely unstable, guardianship of her two 7-year-old daughters was given to their grandmother for the foreseeable future. Neely didn't do much to disprove the idea that she was unstable. Instead, she took her own kids from their grandmother's house in Bowling Green, Kentucky, and refused to bring them back. While she was only supposed to have them for a day visit, she instead went on the run with them for 5 days. When she went on the run, she delivered several long, rambling letters about her beliefs to various local officials. In the letters, she used some of the usual sovereign citizen lingo popularized by E-Clause, saying that she was a sovereign citizen and staked claim on her kids. One of the terms that she used that stuck out to investigators was, "I am now not deemed dead lost at sea." She thought that this was some sort of legal gotcha move, but the police didn't really feel the same. The police eventually caught up with Neely, finding her in Dawson Springs, Kentucky with her daughters, hiding in a house with a number of other self-proclaimed sovereign citizens. She was arrested on the spot and indicted on charges of kidnapping, once again having her kids placed back into the custody of their grandmother. Neely was able to pay her bail. While released, she didn't change her mind about any of those beliefs. On the contrary, she doubled down. One of the first things she did was take an oath to her group, a group that she doesn't really specify.
I, Neely Petrie Blanchard, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will
this is the fucking QAnon pledge.
Without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter. So help me God. Where we go one, we go all. God bless America.
Neely started posting pictures of herself wearing Q t-shirts online, along with posting claims that JFK is still alive and well.
What'd I tell you,
However, now that she was out and free to post on social media again, she remembered that her biggest problem still hadn't been solved. She still hadn't gotten her daughters back. She couldn't think of anyone better to help her in this endeavor than Christopher Hallett of E-Clause. By now, Christopher had only built his name up even more on YouTube and within Q circles. His Twitter and Facebook had only gained more traction as well. Plenty of desperate, unfit moms were flocking to his channels in the hopes of getting their kids back. Christopher began to make the bold claim that Donald Trump had authorized him to create an entirely separate legal system. Family court judges, however, weren't having it. They questioned why the president would appoint a random man in Florida with no qualifications to run something as overwhelming as an entirely new legal system. When he brought this up in one court case, a judge dismissed his claims as rambling, saying, "The court declines to entertain the plaintiff's fantasy that he is acting at the behest of the president." Usually, the women who ended up trying to get Christopher's help would only end up putting themselves in a worse position than before with the courts. After all, the judge would only go on to question their mental health that much more when it turned out they were fully invested in Christopher's bogus claims. Still though, somehow his reputation only grew. Neely was more than convinced that he would be the one that would finally win her case and get her children back from their grandmother. After Neely reached out to Christopher, he was more than happy to take up the case. He promised that he would use his revolutionary E-Clause legal techniques to get her kids back. She was all in, completely devoting herself to the movement. She began to list herself on Facebook as an E-Clause agent. Not only that, she started buying up some E-Clause merch, which is a thing that exists, and posted pictures wearing it online. Going even further to the extreme, she was seen driving around in a Ford Escape with a license plate that read E-Clause. She became a moderator of the various E-Clause groups online, even becoming one of the people who would accept or deny incoming cases. It wasn't too long before Neely was appearing regularly on E-Clause's web shows hosted by Kirk and Christopher. She would appear on the programs numerous times, usually speaking about her case in one way or another. She also made many of her own videos to post, sometimes going into a bit more detail about her ordeal.
I am one of those parents. I was arrested in 2013 for transporting child under the age of 18.
The lack of quality is constantly galling to me.
Well, it was a bogus charge. First of all, this is not just any child. This is my daughter.
By 2020, Neely had been working with E-Clause for a few years. Her Twitter was littered with Q-esque posts and retweets from Christopher. Christopher told his followers that he had invented some sort of artificial intelligence system while he was working for various corporations before the invention of the internet. He said that later, family courts took and weaponized his own system to go after
Fucking
kids.
come on,
As
y'all.
Neely explained,
E-Clause, he told me that there was things that were going on with artificial intelligence that
oh my god, like,
you know, that he had designed algorithms.
Look, I can only feel so bad when you're so gullible.
The internet, you know what I'm saying, was out. There were systems that were designed, right? And he basically, he said that the system that he had designed was weaponized by the family courts. So the
like seriously, chat. And I do feel bad for a lot of people who are fucking they are taken advantage of, like this woman. But at the same time, and I understand people are always looking for hope, and that's what these opportunities take advantage of. But when somebody tells you, yeah, no, I developed like AI infrastructure before the internet, and the CPS system took that away from me, and they took my patent, and you're like, at what point do you go, like, do people just not have a bullshit detector for this stuff? Do people just, like, they go through life completely trusting everybody they meet? It's such a, you know, like, I have these, like, if I'm ever out at a bar, I'm ever drinking, I'm ever hanging out with friends, and somebody starts telling a story, and I'm like, that shit didn't happen. Like, that just didn't happen. Like, straight, yeah, oh, yeah, you stood up to him and you punched him out with one hit. Yeah, okay. Okay. And it's just like, it's like, it's apparently so easy to fucking be a con artist. Damn.
courts were using his system that he designed, okay, and they weaponized the family courts. So he had to go in and put an antivirus into the system.
Oh my God.
To fix I guess, what had happened, or maybe to try to reverse it, or, you know.
However, she was slowly growing disillusioned with Christopher Hallett after seeing no results, much like Cynthia before her. However, unlike Cynthia, she came to much different conclusions. She didn't come to assume that Christopher was a hack or that he didn't know as much about the law as he claimed. Instead, she started to believe that he was in on it. In her mind, maybe, just maybe, he had been a member of the cabal all along.
Fuck, man.
Neely started to feel like Christopher was working against her on purpose, maybe even assisting the government in keeping her kids away from her. She thought, what if this is all just an elaborate trick to distract me and keep me from actually getting my kids back in a legitimate way? She came to the conclusion that this must be the truth and began to plot how she would go about solving the problem. Neely asked if she could stay overnight at Christopher's place one night, to which he agreed. Little did anyone know, she brought her husband's gun with her that day, stashing it away on the sofa. By that night, there was another mother and daughter who were staying at the home as well. Neely opened up to these two, telling them both that Christopher Hallett was a liar, saying that he had been the one to send her kids to their grandmother's house all along. They didn't know what to make of the accusation she was making. Later on, Neely went off on her own to speak with Christopher in the kitchen. The mother and her daughter in the home heard what they thought was a firework. They ran into the kitchen to see Christopher standing there with an expression of pain on his face. Neely was there, standing behind him, holding a pistol that appeared to be jammed. Christopher pleaded with her, saying, "Oh shit, oh God, please no." But Neely wasn't having any of it. She looked at him and said, "You're hurting my children, you bastard." That was when she noticed the two witnesses looking at her. She pulled up her gun and aimed at the two women, causing them to flee into the other room. As the mother and her daughter fled to the other end of the house, Neely was able to unjam the gun. They heard numerous more gunshots ring out as they ran for cover. Neely continued to empty the magazine into Christopher at near point-blank range, wanting to make sure that he was dead once and for all. The two witnesses called the police, and they were on the scene shortly after. There they found Christopher Hallett very obviously dead from a number of gunshot wounds. With the amount of shell casings and live bullets scattered around the scene, it was pretty clear that a frantic shooting had taken place. However, Neely was already gone. The witnesses told the police that she had already gotten into her car and fled the scene. The police report read, "It was speculated that the victim was shot by Neely due to her belief that the victim might have been working against her or working to assist the government in keeping her children away from her." Neely, now on the run, first went out and picked up her husband. The two took off on Interstate 75 and headed off towards Georgia. Meanwhile, the police had issued a nationwide alert to law enforcement agencies about her. Through their investigation, they were able to find her location in Georgia shortly after. Local authorities were alerted and came out to arrest both her and her husband. While in cuffs, Neely began to frantically explain her views. She said that if she were brought back to Florida, she's worried that she would be killed.
And if I go back to Florida, they're going to kill me.
Okay.
So that is on you guys, and I'm telling you guys that. There's a federal case going on right now in Georgia, Florida, South Carolina, Pennsylvania, all the states right now. It's politically backed. Like, I'm letting you know. I've sent evidence. Everyone knows what's going on right now. So if something happens, I'm letting you guys know. I really need you guys to call the federal authorities.
She says that everything going on in the country at the moment involving child trafficking involves her directly, as her case has been used to weaponize the child care system.
Everything that's going on right now involves me. I was literally the one that, I know I'm the one that's, my case was the weaponized family court case, and it's been used and to expose the human trafficking. My children are trafficked right now. My daughter is 12. She's being trafficked in Charleston, South Carolina. I've been fighting since she was 1.5.
Okay.
Neely was swiftly taken to jail shortly after, locked up in Marion County. From then on out, that is where she would remain. It came time for Neely to have an interview with the FBI. The interview was both painfully awkward and unintentionally hilarious. She immediately began by making demands after getting her rights read to her. She ordered the FBI agent present with her to bring her any information that they had on E-Clause. She was stopped mid-sentence and told that that would not be happening.
I need to find out what was going on because...
Well, let me back this up again.
Okay.
Okay? You're not going to find out anything about what's going on if there's an investigation.
Okay.
We don't bring information to you.
Neely began to express that she felt that she was the victim of E-Clause in this case, not the aggressor. She began to explain to the confused police officer what E-Clause was.
Okay, what is E-Clause?
So E-Clause is a corporation out of Ocala, Florida, and it stands for the Emolument Clause, which, you know, that's why they tried to impeach Trump. There's many people that have been, there's many people that have gone to jail, that are in jail. They say that it's part of the Sovereign Citizens group or Sovereign Citizens movement.
When it came to the association with the Q movement, the police asked her to clarify. She tried to play it cool, acting as if she didn't know much about the group, but explained it regardless. She felt that she could prove that there was a close connection between Q and E-Clause.
I think that there is a connection between whoever this Q is, whoever these people were that posted. I think there was a connection between Q, whoever was able to do it, and E-Clause. And I have the evidence to prove that.
For the majority of her interrogation, Neely complained mostly about what she felt was the unjustified taking of her daughters. She said that one of the daughters' uncles may be in with the cabal, saying that they might be doing all manner of horrible things to them right now.
Keith, there's a uncle that still could be hurting her. He's had her in New York City, okay, around all of these satanics, worship that are hanging with all these people that are related with Jeffrey Epstein. Okay.
God.
He's had her in New York City. He's friends with the
She said that since he's, in her words,
this looks so choppy in the recording. Are you using a GPU from the 2010? I told y'all my fucking rig sucks. I'm trying to get a better computer. I'm well aware it cannot handle anything for shit. So it's worth bringing up. After we just talked about the Epstein woman who committed the Epstein victim who committed suicide, and it's hard to what's with the whole Jeffrey Epstein and QAnon. It's basically what like so much of it's based on. Like a bunch of rich assholes who like traffic and target young women and children on a secret island. Like, what? Like, of course, come on. But like, when you have these fucking conspiracy sickos who take your life and turn it into this constant game, it's so hard. Like, that life has to be so fucking hard. Tangled Virus Oblivion remaster is out? Yeah, it's been out for like days. Come on.
Gay and a trans, he's probably in on it with the Kardashians.
But he's gay and a trans, so he has sex with like all the people that are with Kim Kardashian or Khloe Kardashian. They're all in a big, you know, they're all hang out, right? That do all these things to all these kids.
What the fuck?
During the interrogation, she also falsely claimed that, although she had been sent to several mental health facilities in the past, they all deemed her to be fine. Toward the end of the interrogation, it seemed that Neely had slowly come to realize that E-Claws were nothing but fraudsters.
So being that Chris had said that on numerous occasions, like on the show, because they did a show called Kurt's Law Corner, right, on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday night. So all of that's basically just, he was just blowing smoke up everyone's ass?
Pretty much, because he wasn't even a legal attorney.
The agent then explained exactly how everything went down to her in terms that she could understand, leaving her bewildered.
I need to go and do the
Yeah, everybody has their own scams and schemes and everything else. He played on the hearts of everybody else that's had their kids taken just like he had his taken. He was not fit to be a parent, and apparently there's a whole lot of other people that got involved in this as well. Weaponizing a computer system to have kids removed is horseshit. It's horseshit.
No.
That's all.
That's
all made up.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you're not smart. I'm thinking you got wrapped up in a bunch of conspiracy theories.
I would.
And what you believe you have evidence of is just evidence of made up conspiracy theories.
So when he would say that he filed stuff, you know,
he filed it where? Not in our federal courthouse. Nothing.
Not in Ocala.
Nope.
At all.
No.
By the time this interview with the FBI was said and done, Neely was left on her own, looking pretty defeated. Christopher's murder by one of their own moderators sent the whole E-Claws community into a frenzy. Despite the fact that Neely had confessed to the shooting, Christopher's partner, Kirk Pendergrass, instead chose to predictably blame his death on the Deep State. He simply said, "You know how the Deep State doesn't like to be exposed." Eventually, Neely's trial came about. The courtroom was filled with both the families of Neely and Christopher, ready to see her fate play out. The trial wasn't very complicated, given the mountain of evidence against Neely and her confession. Not only that, but Neely decided to act as her own attorney. The judge told the jury to deliberate for as long as they needed. Eventually, it came time for the verdict to be read. Neely Petrie Blanchard was found guilty of first-degree murder with a firearm. Neely broke down and cried. Christopher's family and followers did very much the same. Being her own attorney and all, Neely wanted the jury polled. She came to find that all 12 of them felt she was guilty. Christopher's ex-wife thanked the judge for their patience and understanding in the case. She gave a big thanks to the state attorneys as well. Turning to Neely, she told her that she had taken away a man who was very devoted to his kids and grandkids, something that should be ironic to someone so devoting to getting their kids back. Still feeling that E-Claws was a real, justified legal movement, she told Neely to remember all the good that Christopher and E-Claws did. Once it came time for sentencing, it was decided that Neely would spend the rest of her life in prison.
Yeah, it's given 25 to life.
E-Claws hasn't really done near as much since the death of Christopher. The company's YouTube page hasn't updated since around 2021. Kirk Pendergrass hasn't had too great of a time over the years, being arrested on numerous occasions for a wide variety of charges, mainly failed to provide proof of insurance, driving without privileges, contempt of court, and failure to appear. Most recently, as of the making of this video, he was arrested once again for driving without a license in October of 2024. It appears that he doesn't really do anything with the E-Claws company at this point in time, leaving its online pages virtually dead. He isn't even listed as an admin on their Facebook page any longer. It seems that the company is either defunct or on an indefinite hiatus. Field McConnell himself was arrested and detained in 2019. He was incarcerated at the county jail in Pierce County, Wisconsin, waiting to be extradited to Florida on multiple felonies. The charges included felony aggravated stalking, threats to kill/cause bodily harm, threats to conduct a mass shooting, and an act of terrorism.
Jesus
Specifically, this was for continually harassing the lawyer of the mother of a missing child. It was a long time coming, as Field had threatened to end the lives of many people on his show live throughout the years.
You will be disbarred before November 10th, and the penalty for child trafficking is death. I hope you hear what I just said. Is a child trafficker and a traitor, and she's going to pay for it with her life.
God,
I am going to say, oh, great, Kim loses her head. Thank you. Well, she is. I mean, thank you very much, Funkstar. That's every time I show up in the courtroom, they release them. So anyway, they won't be releasing these traitors, though. They're going to be shot by a firing squad. You know, if Miss Piggy, if it seems like I can put you in a box while singing and dancing, yeah, that's right, I can. Keep in mind that Miss Piggy down in Florida, Broward County, Florida, your name's been out there since February. Let me see if I can hold up a book to scare her. Oh, yeah, good. I'm very organized, Kim. You don't mind if I call you Quim, do you? You're not only done.
Quim?
It would be better for her to have a heavy millstone hung around.
The classic. The classic.
And to be drowned in the depth of the sea. You hurt one friend of mine, and I will ensure your death at Gitmo. And my word is good.
It seems that eventually he succeeded in having his bond lowered. He was able to pay and get released that way. Still, though, it seems he did get some jail time afterwards. The case ended in 2023 when he was given time served. The Cube movement itself has gradually lost a lot of its fire ever since COVID ended as well. This has been due to a number of reasons. A lot of the people who went big into the conspiracy ended up losing their families over it, eventually coming to the point where they would rather reunite with their families than continue down the rabbit hole. A lot of other people lost faith in the beliefs after, time and time again, Q's predictions came to be wildly inaccurate and completely untrue. After the goalposts were moved dozens of times, a lot of the people were forced to admit that maybe it was a sham all along. When Trump didn't win his original re-election, a good number of the remaining members started falling off as well.
Yeah, this is all pretty accurate.
This group still does exist in various forms throughout the world, but it's nowhere near as big as it used to be. More specifically, though, it seems that the era of E-Claws and other companies that focused on child custody issues has come to an end. Maybe after Christopher's case, they came to realize that building a clientele up of entirely mentally ill individuals, leading them on and taking their money wasn't really the best idea. Maybe there simply just wasn't enough money coming in to make it worth it anymore. Without any sort of concrete statement, we're only really left to speculate. While Cynthia Abzug is believed to be out of jail at this point, with her 60-day sentence being long over, it's unknown what she has been up to since. Her social media has remained dormant ever since 2019. It's likely that staying off the internet in order to avoid her conspiracies was a big part of her supervision. It's possible that, during these 2 years of supervision, she chose to call it quits on that part of her life. Neely Petrie Blanchard's fate is much more concrete. She is still in prison, and in all likelihood will remain there forever. Once again, everyone, thank you for watching my video.
God damn, that's
if you found
crazy.
it interesting, please give it a like. It really helps.
That's pretty good. I mean, the video was pretty good, but like, that's fucking... Yeah. I don't know. QAnon is such a... More of these conspiracy people need to desperately touch grass. I mean, yeah, you ain't lying. All right, chat. How are we? We're doing pretty good. almost to 7K subs over on YouTube. That's pretty alright. Alright, we've got Bob Vids. We've got SKUwu. We've got Rin Vixen. What did they play? Or Actual Jake. How are we? What are we feeling? Looks like Actual Jake's making pizza. Making pizza. What are we feeling, chat? Okay, y'all are just talking about quims in the chat. Chat's taking a little vacation. That's fine. That's fine. All right. Go follow. We're gonna raid the little femboy VTuber, so go follow and like and have a good rest of your night. Stay tuned because the fucking Brianna Wu video is coming through.